Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Mr. Greg Davis, President of ALCAP. Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon. Let's bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day to know you and to serve the great state of Alabama. Lord, we pray your blessings upon this body today as they work and they deliberate, they make very important decisions that affect so many people. Lord, I pray that the responsibility they carry would not be taken lightly any day that they're able to serve in this capacity. Lord, we pray your blessings upon the time together. May all the words of our mouth and the meditations of our heart be pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' name we pray. If you agree, say amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today the pledge will be led by Senate Intern Caroline Crowley. Caroline is interning for Senator Roberts.
Attention, salute, pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield.
Hey, Billy.
Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner.
Here.
Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 28 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Now move on. Senator Wagner.
Move that we can receive introduction of bills anytime during the day and receive committee reports anytime during the day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, now move on to introduction of bills. All right, move on to committee reports. Secretary, call the first committee.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 95, appointing Anthony Cloud to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Before we get on that, I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guest of Senator Hovey, his mother, Sherry Chappelle, if you could please stand, his brother, Wes Hovey, and his niece, Perry Hovey, if y'all could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. Senator Livingston.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Senator Livingston.
Yeah, Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm, and it's not on the board, so I don't remember the gentleman's name,
Anthony Cloud.
Anthony Cloud to the, as Brigadier General, using, we don't have a roll, so I have to use long roll, so.
Okay. Secretary, call the long roll.
Sarah, open the vote. Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bill. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Anthony Cloud's confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 96, appointing Roger Benton to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Roger Benton to Brigadier General, the Major General of the National Guard, using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Roger Benton's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 97, appointing Stephen Davenport to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Stephen Davenport as a Brigadier General in the National Guard, using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Stephen Davenport confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 98, appointing Ronald Guernsey to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Ronald Guernsey as a Brigadier General of the National Guard, using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Ronald Guernsey's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 99, appointing Christopher Johnson to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Livingston.
President, I move the Senate confirm Christopher Johnson as Brigadier General of the Alabama National Guard using previous role. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Christopher Johnson's confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 100, appointing Dale Murray to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Livingston.
President, I move we confirm the Senate confirm Dale Murray as a Brigadier General of the Alabama National Guard using previous role. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Dale Murray's confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 118, appointing Lisa Pierce to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirm Lisa Pierce as the Brigadier General of the Alabama National Guard using previous role. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Lisa Pierce is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 101, appointing David Rigg to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Livingston.
President, I move that the Senate confirm David Riggs as Brigadier General of the Alabama National Guard using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. David Riggs confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 94, appointing Belva Williams to the Education Television Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, Ms. Williams has applied as being appointed by the governor's office in this commission, and there needs to be a little conversation about this with Senator Smitherman, so I think he's tied up just a minute. So if I could get somebody to engage me here.
All right, Senator Hovey.
So Senator Singleton had some questions, I suppose.
The other Senator Smitherman had some questions.
Smitherman, I'm
about that.
sorry,
Yes.
sorry.
So
I
I don't
wonder
think there's any
if-
particular questions about the conferee here in this situation. It's just some other things that he wants to discuss in
Sure, I wanted to
the
get
process.
I want to get my other senator
I
correct.
think Education Television does a great job for Alabama Public Television, and we need a full board.
Is Miss Williams from Jefferson County?
I don't think so.
Okay. Madison County.
Madison County.
Very good.
All right.
Yeah. So anyway,
What do you think, what exactly would she be taking care of with the Educational Television Commission?
I would imagine that she's might be a touch embarrassed right this moment, but
Well, that's
we'll move
okay.
on here. in
We
just a
certainly
minute.
want to support her. We're just trying to take care of,
Well, we need to take care of television, make sure that our kids are entertained, and we have good content on television also, and the public television particularly. So,
I believe we also appropriated some funds for a additional satellite or antenna in a certain area of the state that
certain
didn't
area that wasn't
great coverage.
receiving APT is correct. Yes, sir. You're
Always great to,
100% correct. So,
make sure that production is spread all across the state.
All right.
Would you like to?
All right. Thanks, Senator Hovey. Senator Smitherman.
It's all yours.
I'd also like to comment. I like your drink today.
Thank you. Hey,
our drinks.
I want to tell everybody in there that the drink is really sort of a fake out. You know, this is when I'm trying to do 8, 9, 10 hours. I need that caffeine, but that's not the purpose for here now. You know, I want to say this. I want to say this. I thank you. Could you recognize me? I thank you. I want to say this to each and every person in here first, is that I talked to some of you all yesterday. If you remember, it was 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of y'all. The senator from Madison County, I got a chance to talk to him. The chairman of Fred, there he come. I talked to him. And it was, and I think the senator back there from Madison County, I see you now. I was looking, you were blocked. I see him. I talked about the desires for us today to get to a point where we could address the calendar. I'll say this first before I go forward with saying what I'm gonna say, is that I said that under the spirit that we were going to take the calendar we had yesterday, minus what the senator from Madison told me on a certain issue. You remember what you told me? I ain't gonna say it because I'll let you take care of your business, but so I recognize that. You and I had a long conversation, and I understand what on your mind and that kind of thing. But since that time, I've looked at the possible calendar, and it's something on there that concerns me greatly, and it concerns me from a legal standpoint that probably you don't have to be an attorney, but I think the attorneys at least can appreciate my concern. And that is, we got a bill that I think we're gonna take up today that's gonna deal with the fact of you can't have any form of kind of protest as it relates to some business or something like that. I think it may be my member of my local delegation may be the person that's sponsoring it. And as such, let me just say this to everybody in here. And of course, you know, I appreciate him yielding to me because, you know, this is a confirmation, and, you know, and by statute, I got an hour that I can stand up here regardless or whatever. So I had to say that first, but it's a violation of the First Amendment. It's a violation of the First Amendment. That's a federal law. We in here trying to limit people's ability to have an expression. And we can't do that. You may feel good about trying to pass the bill to saying you're going to do that, but it has no legs to stand on if it's challenged in the court. Now you say, well, I hear you, but I want to pass this. Well, let me say this. Number one, in this body, I've been in here for 29 years. I've stood at this mic. Y'all heard me say this one other time. And I made this statement 3 times in 29 years. And all 3 times I have been right. After the state has spent from $1 to $3 million trying to prove that I was wrong. We don't have $3 million. If you got $3 million, I can start out by telling you that legal aid in the state and legal services needs money. See, they need money. They're not in the budget, but they need money so that the energy can at least have some legal representation. So instead of wasting $3 million to try to prove and uphold that you're going to penalize these companies if for some reason they allow an expression of how they feel about an issue and they can't do business with the state and all of that, we need that money to go to help the citizens of the state of Alabama, not defend something that is constitutionally unconstitutional and will not stand muster in the courts. So I had no knowledge that we were going to even address that because that was not on the calendar. I'm not saying whether or not you all want to address it. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But I'm saying when I made that statement that to the gentleman that I talked to, that was not one of the bills that was on this agenda we had yesterday to take it up. Now I realize, let me make sure you understand this, that the Rules Committee can rechange an agenda every day if they so choose. But the statement I made about my position for today was based on the agenda that we had that we did not get the chance to address yesterday. So I wanted to kind of let everybody understand that, because I try to be very transparent, very honest, and very upfront about situations, especially if they change beyond my control. And I had no control. Only y'all had the control. That may have been the issue that you addressed earlier when y'all was upstairs. And I understand, that's your prerogatives. I know that. But I want to make it clear that the position and statement that I made was based on that agenda, okay? And then, and I realized that let me say this. I realized that there are people in here who may say, well, look, I hear him and all that, but we gonna take it up and then we gonna close him because we gonna take it up. I understand that. I believe me now, you know, I used to be a personnel manager for a multinational corporation. They taught me how to evaluate people in 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and an hour. And especially people who I spend so much time with. So I can evaluate those kind of situations. But y'all know how it is, how life is. For every action, whether positive or negative, there's a reaction. And, you know, I realized that. And I did some counting. I want to see how many bills on here, then I'll just tell you what we'll probably get to. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, maybe 13, 14. We'll get down to the third page and about 2 bills from the bottom on third page before we get to midnight. Okay, before midnight get here. So that means that you probably have to have 12 to 14 closures. And then after that, unless you want to stay Friday and we stay over here and work Friday morning, yeah. And if that's the case, I got the budget chair said that he will make sure the money come up so we can get the cots. He just said it. Now I ain't making this up. He said we may have to get the cots. So I just need for him to do a invoice or what's called a requisition so that we can go to the cot folks and I'll yield so you can take a vote whether you want a blue cot, a canvas cot, or a black cot. Okay? We gonna give people choices. I want a blue cot because that's the color of my basketball team uniform. So I like royal blue, you know, so I just wanted a blue cot. Now, some of these cots they got, you know how at the house where you have that little hammock, they got the little pillow on it, when you flip it over, we want pillow cots, so nobody won't get no crook in their neck. You know how you be trying to lay or hold your head up? Because, see, you want to sit up, and you want them adjustable cots so you can be looking at what's going on and sleeping at the same time. I'm ready to suspend the rules so we can have sleeping in here. I don't even want you to have to hustle to come back down the hall. You see what I'm saying? I don't want that. I want to make it easy for you to relax. Somebody might want to get off their feet, you know what I mean? See, and I'm going to pay the price because I got these shoes on because I got a pain in my heel right now. These shoes help that. We got a serious pain, so I want you to know why I got these on. I really do. I messed around yesterday and went off the back dock. Y'all know where the back dock is? And in fact, Connie Rowe will tell you, I was back there. And if you know it's a piece of metal when you come out the door that's got that hump in it. You know, and you when you get a chance on one, go out that door, you'll see it. And I unfortunately stepped on that hump in such a way that it injured my heel. And so yeah, I'm sitting up in excruciating pain. But when it get unbearable, I got 3 Advils in the package. I got these last night when we went to the roast. The Forest Association gave me 3, they gave me 6. I had to take 3 to be with y'all last night so I wouldn't be in so much pain. And I'd save these for the day, just in case I had to use these. You see, I ain't opened them yet now. You see that? Ain't nobody made no decision that these have to be used today or not now. But I just say I came equipped if it was necessary. So I wanted to say that I would hope that since y'all had a chance, hopefully, to talk about that particular bill, that you all would get with the sponsor so they can get with, I'm looking, I don't see Otten in here, but I see his staff, to see how you can get done what you want done, but not violate the First Amendment, which is free speech. Because right now, they're saying we violating the First Amendment. And so I also feel like I have a responsibility to save some of y'all from your own selves of doing something unconstitutional, because you either feel like you're gonna do it, you all just do it, and what you don't respect the Constitution, or you don't understand fully that it's really unconstitutional. As I said to you earlier, the 3 things that I make reference to is when I walked into this body in 1994, we were dealing with the nuclear waste coming from out of town, out of state, from New York and everywhere, and it was going to email. Y'all know email, that it was going to email. Our nuclear waste was coming from, what is ours called? The Brown Ferry Nuclear Plant. I think, am I right? I think that's it. Brown Ferry. Our nuclear waste was coming from Brown Ferry. If we were charging Brown Ferry, I said it's $10 a ton, then we were charging the waste coming out of state from New York $2 a ton. I mean, $20 a ton. I told them that that's unconstitutional. It's a violation of equal protection. And as a result, you cannot treat 2 different entities separately and expect for it to be constitutional. They had the hearing in the old theater. When you come in off of the freeway, come down that hill, at the first traffic light on the right, I think that's where the old, am I right, Montgomery people? I think that's where the old theater was. We were in there. And I think you had the Supreme Court was sitting up there on the stage. They had the trial and the hearing, and it was declared unconstitutional. The next thing is that when we start bringing in these out-of-state wines, we want to do the same thing to imported wines. Charge a different state tax than what we charge on wine produced in Alabama. I stood at this mic and I said that that's unconstitutional and you are not going to be able to do that. The body said, "Are we going to do that because we got the power to do it and we want to do it?" All right, they did it. Went to court, found unconstitutional. The third one was the one that the whole, both bodies jumped on, and they wanted to, and the issue is hot right now. What I'm getting ready to talk about, it's a hot issue in this country right now, and that was immigration. They're saying that we gonna put all these, it was, in fact, it was 30, maybe more, but 30 restrictions on immigrated people being able to do A, B, C, or D. I told them, standing up here, and I can say his name now because he's not in the legislature. You don't supposed to call a bunch of folk names from the mic, whatever. But the orchestrator of that was Senator Beeson. Y'all know Senator Beeson. I told him on this mic, and he stood right there. I said, "Senator Beeson," I said, out of these 30, these 26 things right here are going to be declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. Go check the record. The 26 were declared unconstitutional. The 4 I said that wasn't going to be was declared, and one of them was verification of the employees who were working for those subcontractors and those contractors who were aliens. I told them, I said, that's going to be constitutional. But these other was going to be, right now, you pick up your phone and call any of these, your contractor buddies, they'll tell you that it's legal, and some of them are verifying whether people are accurate with what they're saying. So now I'm shooting for number 4. I'm telling y'all, if you think that you can make a state law to trump the federal law, which is the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, that say that they don't have a right of freedom of expression, then you're going to lose. We're going to lose money. We're going to lose the whole issue and everything else. I don't care how much eloquent somebody convince you otherwise. Constitutionally, you're going to lose. And so that's what I stand here at the moment as being a 25-year constitutional law professor, who every student, the classes that I taught, they made the highest score at the law school on the multi-state exam of any multi-state courses that we taught at the school. So I think I did a pretty decent job teaching it. And when you teach something for 25 years, you know it. And I know it. So that's what I'm standing here to talk about and to say to you that ain't good for us to knowingly, just for the sake of doing something to feel good, that we know is unconstitutional. So now, having said that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield to you, because what I would be doing, in essence, is just prolonging I ain't yield yet. I said, I'm gone. I'm getting ready to, I'm gone. I see the secretary, see, he know what that means. If I didn't say that gone, that means the mic gone. See, so I know what, and I appreciate it because see, I watched him move. Remember I told you, I trained to observe. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him move. I said, uh-oh, I said, he ready to make the move. So I wanted to say that I don't want to prolong the process of us getting to the agenda, because then I'm gonna put it back in your hands today to determine how long you want to be here. And that means that, so that, instead of me going through the procedures and whatnot, that's the reason I didn't talk, man. We done had, 9 confirmations, yes, right? 9 of them. And that means every 9 of them, I had a separate hour to talk. So I could have talked the 9 hours on the confirmation if he chose to present them without even getting to these. So that's not what I'm saying. But if that would mean I would be determining how long we will be by the Constitution. But see, if I let it come on through, it'd be the same thing if he didn't call anymore after this. After I got through, then we would move away. But I'm not going to wait to that. I'm going to get to the point in just a few minutes that at that time I will move forward in the chairman's direction to let him do that. So I'm gonna put it back on y'all, because as I talk on the bill, you can determine how many you want to pass and how long you want to stay, knowing that it's 40, 50 minutes for each one of them that you close them in. So if you say, okay, I'm ready to go at 3, that means we're going to do 4 bills. You say, I want to go at 4, that means we'll do 5 or 6. You say, I want to leave at 5, y'all will do 6 or 7 closures. If you say, I want to leave at 8, you do 7 or 8 or 9. You say, I want to leave at 9, then you would do 9, 10, or maybe 10 and a half. If you say I want to leave at 11, then you will do 12 to 13. If y'all decide I want to leave at midnight, you'll do 14. See, instead of me trying to seem like I'm trying to control how long we be on, I'm going to turn it back over to y'all. I'm going to turn it all the way back. You just, so even if y'all want me to talk about 15 more minutes, and then y'all have a little huddle over there and say, we want to stay to 6, then you tell me, then I know how many zaps I'm going to get. Y'all see what I mean? And I'll be, at least y'all can, I appreciate it, at least y'all won't do me like the school board did me, and the superintendents, they didn't even tell me I was getting ready to get ambushed. So, okay, so they didn't tell me. But at least y'all would be nice enough, since I asked you, that if you'll go meet and say, Smithman, we gonna zap you 6 times. And then I can have me 6 bulletproof vests, so at least when you zap me, it won't go in my body. It'll just bounce off, boom, and then I go get the vest for number 2 and put it on while they're doing the BRR, and then you can bump me, boom.
Do it again.
Yeah, see, there'll be 6 bumps, but y'all will tell me. So if I'm telling y'all this, be nice enough to just tell me, you know, and then I understand that, and I know how many zaps, I know how many long we gonna stay. Y'all want to stay, because I'm going to turn it over to y'all hands and authority to make that determination. I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to make that for y'all. So if somebody's got to get out of here at 5, that means that we'll do whatever number that is is after that. Some of y'all want to leave at 6. Remember now, the house gone. They gone.
They gone.
They gone, y'all. The house gone bye-bye. They at home. They plan on going fishing by 2:30, 3 o'clock. The golfers plan on teeing off at 3:30 somewhere at home. See, they get their weekend started early, you know, and so, and I'm sure everybody got something they need to do after they leave here. You know, I got to go to work. The only difference is I may not get there later on the night or something like that, but I got to work. I wish I could go somewhere and play, but I can't play. I got to work, you know.
You got a court date tomorrow, Senator?
Say what now?
You got a court date tomorrow, Senator?
Let me see what I'm going to tell you right now. Let me think. No, I don't have a court date tomorrow. But I got so much work to catch up on that my head going to be buried. I'm going to rise up to eat and then drop my head back down, you know, so I got some stuff like that to do, but no, I don't have any court tomorrow. You know, I tell you what my real plans were today. My real plans were that, and you all can appreciate this. This was my real plans when I woke up this morning before I saw these additions on this calendar. My real plans was for us to come in here. I knew we were coming back at 11:30, and then go through this calendar, be gone by, I'm just picking a time myself, because you still got to clean up the office thing, to be gone by 3, and to be in Atlanta 2.5 hours later, because they're having a college reunion for the Spelman University, Spelman College. You all heard about that school, a prestigious women's school in Atlanta,
yes,
where my wife graduated from. They're having their reunion. And so she was going to go on over there, and I was going to come over there that evening and either stay or either pick her up so that she could do the things she wanted to do. But then I had to get on the phone, y'all. I had to get on the phone and tell her, look here, I don't know, because this is a violation of can I finish the sentence? Then I'm gonna give it to you. It's a violation of the First Amendment, so I don't know how long I might have to be here. So I had to talk to my daughter, and so she gonna take her over there, and they may just come back, because like I told her, I might be here in midnight. I don't know. You know, I had to make other arrangements. After you put that one bill on there, that changed my whole life. That changed my arrangements. That changed everything with my family. It changed everything. Remember I told y'all about the airplane? Can I yield without losing my time and place? I like to.
You can, Senator. Thank you, Senator. And you're talking about changing your life. I'd like to ask the chair if perhaps we could have a moment of silence for David Kimberly, our ALI director, who they found this morning with a brain aneurysm downstairs, who did not go home last night. He's in the hospital, and, you know, we know Judge Kimberly here, and I think that puts a lot of things in perspective. And I just, with the chair's permission, not losing the microphone, if we could just observe a moment of silence, Mr. President.
Let's all stand for a moment of silence. Amen. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much. You know, in life, we never know what may happen to us. And I think it's important that we did what we just did. And I heard the senator from Jefferson say about prayer. And I think that we should keep him in our prayers. God can do all things. He can create miracles, what we think is miracles, when it's in his control. It reminded me of, how much time do I have? Okay, it reminded me, by the way, let me just say this. I had a son to die myself, and it reminded me when I was at the hospital and they told me that they showed me the x-rays and they said the ventricles, if you understand what ventricles are, they move your fluid, the ventricles were closed and it wasn't anything that they could do. And I went home and prayed. And at 2:30 a.m., the Lord touched me and said, get up and go back to the hospital. I had to go home because I had other younger kids that's there. I went back to the hospital. I asked the doctor to please take another x-ray. And reluctantly, because they had taken one, he took one. And he was gone, looked like, for an hour. And he came back. And he put that, you know how he put that x-ray up on the light? And the thing, he put it up there. And he got the thing and he showed me. He put the thing on there. And he said this. He said, this is the doctor. He said, God is still in the miracle business. He said, he said, we gave no medicine, no nothing. He said, and I can't explain how, but the ventricle is completely open. God can do all things. Through prayer is how we communicate to him. And so in this situation, please, let's pray. If it's silently, if it's at another moment, let's pray for him so that he can come out of this situation and still be whole. So I just felt compelled to say that and move. I didn't, you know, God just moved me at this moment to share that and to make that particular request. Thanks to the senator bringing that to my attention and to all our attention. I want to say that. As I was saying that, what my goals were last night, the senator who's chair of Fred, the senator who is from Madison, will tell you that that's what I said to them. You all right, son? That's what I said to them, that my goals were for us to come in here today and to be able to get through with this process and get out of here. In fact, the senator, and I don't want to call his name because I'm up here, but and I don't know his district number. Oh, he's sitting back there. The senator that's sitting back there on the couch, He's the only one back there. He told me something last night, and I told him I was going to try to oblige and do what he said. He said, Senator, he said, I want you to do one thing for me. And I said, what that, Senator? He said, I want to see your tail lights going out the gate. And he said, that means I'm right behind you in my car. That's the only way I'm going to see your tail lights. And so I promised him that he would see the tail lights, you know, but I was talking about it in the daytime. I wasn't talking about it in no nighttime, standing here tonight seeing no tail lights. But I said that based on the calendar that we had yesterday. Now, as I said, we throw that on there. What number is that bill? Who can tell me? I'm looking for it. What's the number? My senator from Jefferson County, what's the number of your bill? What's the number? The violation of the First Amendment bill. Yeah, what number that is? What number? Let me see. Where is that?
It ain't on that calendar.
Oh, it's another calendar. Oh, I got the wrong calendar.
No. It just ain't. You probably introduce that calendar and get the complaint.
Oh, I thought this got the Thursday the 18th on it. This a fake calendar.
It ain't fake.
A little fake calendar. Y'all trying to fake me out up here. I thought we were tight. I thought we were like this, y'all. You up here faking me out? Oh my God. You know, now I knew the little board of education superintendent was gonna be faking me out, but I don't think y'all gonna. I thought we were tight in here. Golly. Don't I have the wrong one? I got the wrong one. This the right. Oh yeah, he brought the right one. See, now that's what I'm talking about. That's my local delegation. They look out for me. Yeah, but see, y'all don't know they look out for me when we ain't here. I like y'all, for real. I gotta tell them, man, y'all be looking out for me. When I be in Birmingham, y'all said, look, pick up the phone, look, you need to do this, and I appreciate that. So he looking out for me. Yeah. So no, I take that back. I just had the wrong information. There was no faking out. Here's the right one. Here's the right one. So this is the one right here, the 261. Oh my God. I'm gonna read what the little thing said. You said I got about 20-some minutes. Hey, what, do we ever pay? Hey, look here. I need you to go get SB 261. Let me just explore that. I'll take this time to talk about the bill, Mr. Chairman, so that when we get to the bill, I may or may not need to talk about it. You know, I ain't gonna have much time anyway. You know, I mean, close you say you only have so long to talk. You know, so.
This is supposed to be the comment.
Oh, my lead over here telling me that it been a little work done. Oh, it been some work done. Oh, they ain't let us at the little table. That little private workout, y'all don't even include us in it. Man, ain't nobody even said nothing to us. What? Let me tell y'all something. We could do a whole lot better in here if when you're getting ready to make these moves and things, just call a little joint meeting. A little joint meeting in Star Wars. If y'all don't want us, because, and I understand, this is respect right here. I understand your caucus room is sacred. Other than invitation to like come and visit or, you know, and I want to thank y'all because y'all let me come and eat with y'all stuff sometime and all that. Thank y'all. But I would have said it. So I don't mean nothing wrong by what I'm saying. I'm just saying if it's sacred that you have these powwows in there, this is what we used to do. And I want to look around. The rules chair tell you this. We used to recess in here, go up to Star Wars, and talk about these to work out this like this, I call it the sub, and then come back down here. Y'all putting a third step into it. You meet in your caucus, then y'all meet with the sub, then you throw it over here on us, and then you expect for us to pass it, go with it, or ram it down our throat. No, we need to meet and to talk about it, because we could agree to 80% of what it is, and what I'm doing up here wouldn't even be necessary. See, remember this. When you don't do this, when you don't do what I was talking about, it sometimes becomes necessary. Since we can't be in that meeting, we have to have what we talk about out here, a meeting of the whole. And the only place y'all allow us to meet with y'all is at the mic or on the floor. So so you all remember what I said Tuesday? I'm gonna say it again. Senator Roger Smitherman, Senate District 18, reporting for duty. I take the tools and the rules that you give me, and I try to be successful. All you giving me on this is to do it out here on the floor. So I have to take that. And this is where I have to do my job. If you had that other meeting, I wouldn't be out here doing this, and we come to some reasonable understanding or compromise. I'd be sitting down over there somewhere. So if you could eliminate half of me being up here by saying, Smitherman, come on up. Not just me. I'm talking about the rest of my colleagues. Look, let's talk about this. We got this. How would this affect this, affect that? And then we wouldn't have to. We wouldn't even be. It ain't wasting time. We wouldn't be taking time out here. But when you don't, this is the only forum that I have to talk about this, other than up here. And then you get tired of me talking about it up here, and you want to just close me and go about your business. That ain't right neither. So that's why I'm saying that I'm going to talk about this now with the 30 minutes I got here. Then I'm going to talk with the 15 I have on the, what's that called, the BRI? The BRI. I could, at 45 minutes, I probably can get a better understanding of this right here. Now, mind you, let me say this to everybody in here. Don't get upset, because there's few people in here who get a little irritated when people want to know the knowledge. Because they know the knowledge, they get impatient and saying you may be being dilatory. It's not dilatory. It's getting an understanding that you already got, because you don't been talked to once by the sponsor, you done met once about this and went a full vet and discussion of it, and it irritates few people because I'm up here trying to get the same thing that you already got, understanding and have it vetted. I have just as much right to have them things as you do. So if you don't make me part of when you do it, I have to do it sitting right here. That's just fair. So afterwards, I got to have a clear understanding that I understand what's in here, and the only other way before I go vote is to do what? Have it read. Now, mind you, the first bill, even the compromise, is how many pages? It's 8 pages. Okay, so let me give you a little math. It takes about, 30 to 35 minutes, 40 minutes, for the closure process to go all the way through. It's going to take anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes, maybe that long, to read a 9-page bill. That's about close, isn't it? Give or take a few minutes. Yeah. So what you do, you all can do the math yourself. If you pick that bill up and that bill is 30 pages, then that's an hour and a half for that one bill to be read. If it's 20, it's an hour. If it's 9, it's going to be 30 minutes on that one just to have it read. But I got to understand what's in here, and I can't sit here and read it and talk about it at the same time. You ever try to do that? Talk to somebody and read? It's hard to do that and understand what you're reading. So remember I told you now, and you might say, well, Smitherman, what are you talking about, what you're doing? Remember twice something done happened in here that I had one other understanding. I had one understanding. I ain't accusing nobody of nothing. I had one understanding of it, and then it wasn't the same understanding because I didn't have it read. So I'm not planning on that happening to me anymore, that I don't know what's in a bill, whether I vote yes, no, whatever, but I'm gonna know from every bill that come up here, I'm gonna have a full knowledge of what's in it, so I can have an informed vote based on every little part that's in there. Yeah, well, I would hope for a discussion with the sponsor. Some sponsors may discuss it. Some may not want to discuss it. They may have a limited desire to discuss. So, but see, when you have closure cuts off the opportunity to discuss. So they may, you know, sometimes folk get a little irritated. They want to make a little power move by going on, you know, zapping. So if in that case, the only option I have then is to have it read to the length so that I can still get the understanding that they, whoever called for that, won't let me have it because they want to closure me. See what I'm saying? See, so you know, that's all that I'm saying to everybody. I'm trying to get everybody to see the scenarios that, remember I said for every action is what? A reaction. So the action for closing, the reaction, I gotta have it read because I can't have a full discussion. It's not to retaliate, it's that you cut off this, I still gotta get an understanding over here. Yeah. Yeah, see, so that's, remember the airplane? Y'all gonna see so much about this plane, y'all gonna get sick of it. The airplane, the unintended consequences of the closure is that we gotta have everything read. Because I got to know what I'm voting on. So when you know, I'm trying to share that. I said earlier, if everybody remember, I said, let's discuss it for 40 minutes and then vote. Now, on this bill, you're gonna cut me off, and I'm saying even if it's a short cut off for some reason, it's 30, I said 30 minutes. I know it's longer than 30 minutes. 30 minutes, I said take 40. I'm gonna have it read now. You're gonna have to take an hour on this one bill. You done lost 20 minutes that I'm trying to give you by setting up a process that allow you to have the time. But see, when people react and get emotional and get, I won't say it, I said frustrated, have a retaliatory spirit, then it causes us to lose 20 more minutes. That's all I'm saying. And let me say this. I want to say this right here. I want everybody to hear what I'm saying right here with this one thing. No matter what you think about me standing or whatever, this is my job to represent. It's my job to represent in this bill everybody who believes in free, I mean, in the due process and free spirit, the First Amendment right to have freedom of expression. That's my job. That's the job that we make the laws. We deal with the laws. That's my job being in here to do that. Whether you like it that I'm doing the job or not. This is a job that I'm supposed to do. And I'm supposed to do it from whatever procedures you give me to do it from. Because it may not mean anything to some people in here. Don't get upset with me because it means a whole hell of a lot to me. Heck of a lot to me. It means a whole heck of a lot to me because I respect the Constitution. Some folk may or may not, and that's your prerogative. But I respect it. And as such, that's what I'm doing up here. I see myself as defending the right for everybody who wants the freedom of expression. I see myself the right defending the U.S. Constitution as I stand up here right now as it relates to that. That's where I see myself. I see myself for everybody in Senate District 18 who wants to have the right of freedom of expression. Because today you may stop the companies. Tomorrow you want to stop me from being able to protest when I've been treated wrong. See, that's why you see me standing here. It ain't just only because of that we're just dealing with these companies and we don't want them to do something. I'm gonna tell y'all a little story. Tell you a little story. That was a group of sheep, and that was the big sheep. You know, you ever notice how you hunters, you have a dog that might keep the cows in line, you know, like that. Okay, well, in this story, you had the big sheep that were keeping all the little sheep in line out there. They were grazing. That was a fox. No, I said a wolf because it was big. The wolf came up there and told him, said, listen, you got all these sick and deformative, not all of them, but a few sheep, they gonna possibly die. So since they gonna die, I'm gonna eat those sheep up. I ain't gonna mess with the other sheep. I'm gonna eat those sheep up. Now, I'm gonna freeze that for a minute. The little sheep out there that's deformed and about to die, this bill represents those sheep out there, okay? Taking away First Amendment rights. That's the sheep. Everybody saying, oh, this is the business. This what we talking about, A, B, C, or D. Them the sick sheep. Now, one of the sheep went astray. The big sheep, who's over them, went out to get that sheep, left the other sheep unattended. In this scenario with the bill, the other sheep that's unattended is my own rights for freedom of expression if I so choose within the realm of the U.S. Constitution. Now, bring you back to the sheep. When the big sheep came back, all the other sheep were gone because the fox had eaten those sheep up too. Those sheep being eaten up is all of my rights if I think, for instance, that I'm being discriminated against or anything, to be able to have an open expression within the meaning of the First Amendment to have a protest. Within that meaning. Okay. So now the other sheep gone and the wolf is still there. In this scenario, all the rights for all these other folks that you named, those folks that you said they out there harassing by the protest and all that, we need to get rid of them too. Now, you know, we ain't talking about you, Smillerman. We talking about these other folks that do so and so and so. Okay, so now the other sheep out there represent those people. So guess what happened in the story? The wolf ate up all those sheep. Then when the big sheep came back, the wolf walked up to the side of him and did just like this. Stood beside him, and you may can see my mouth or not, but I'm going to have my tongue, I'm going to do like he did. He did just like this. He licked his chops like this and looked at the big sheep, and he said, you know you next. See, that's what y'all gonna do me. You gonna get everybody there like that, and you gonna say, Smillerman, you next. See, so I'm protecting, you think that's innocent over there. Once again, the senator who is sitting over there so elegantly, and sitting by I can't call names, sitting by the judiciary chair and co-chair, he stood up and eloquently exhibit what I was saying. He stood up, the airplane, you know what I was talking about, the plane, see there? Them wings that he did, the incidental consequences is that you getting ready to take my rights. You ain't trying to, because you zeroing in on that company. But the wings and me standing out here, I'm telling you, you get me too. Yeah, because you setting a precedent. And if you don't know what a precedent means, that's you setting a standard. And that standard then becomes the policy that you want to operate off of, that if you don't like the fact that somebody protested, let's make a bill and eliminate their ability to do it. See, and so I got to then get you to understand that you can't do that. It ain't right to do that there because you get too comfortable like the wolf and you want to end up over there stopping my rights to express myself. See, so it ain't no, we ain't talking about that because that may be the feeling of the majority of y'all. You may be talking about that, but there's a few that ain't thinking like that, and as such, that's who I'm talking. The few, you know, y'all know what they say the whole time about stuff like this. They say, you know, a hit dog a bark. So you ain't the hit dog, you ain't no sense in barking. So you get up and complain and a frown on your face, you the hit dog I'm talking about. That's the way it go. See, so that's all I'm saying. You know, so yes, that concerns me. How much time I have now? Well, they told me I got 6.5 minutes before this ends. Yeah. And how many I get for the BRI? 15, 10? Oh, we still on committee reports. Oh my God. I didn't know that. Oh man. Oh boy. That's all right. I didn't know that, y'all. I thought that was it. I thought we finna get on there. The special, we not ready for that yet, are we? Oh my God. Oh. Then I ain't gonna get zapped for 10 times instead of 14. But by the time we get to that, it'll be enough time to zap me 10 times. Yeah, zap 10 times, you know. And I don't want to get zapped at all. I want to make sure you understand that. I'm not asking to get zapped, but I will make you clear that up. But I know
with ASHRAE standard 62.1. Oh, I have to jump off. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm off. I hear you.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 424 by Representative Bolton relating to Pickens County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 424 by Representative Bolton relating to Pickens County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 424 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 409 by Representative Rim relating to Henry County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 409 by Representative Rim relating to Henry County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 409 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, Senate Bill 303 by Senator Melson relating to Lauderdale County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 303 by Senator Melson relating to Lauderdale County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 303 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 416 by Representative Underwood relating to the city of Florence, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 416 by Representative Underwood relating to the city of Florence.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 416 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 317 by Senator Beasley relating to Macon County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 317 by Senator Beasley relating to Macon County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 317 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill 387 by Representative Collins relating to Morgan County. BR pending.
Mr. President,
All right. Yes, Senator Orr.
I'd move adoption of the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 387 by Representative Collins relating to Morgan County.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 387 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 410 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 410 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 410 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 444 by Representative Ellis relating to Shelby County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 444 by Representative Ellis relating to Shelby County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 444 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 448 by Representative Holsey relating to Shelby County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 448 by Representative Holsey relating to Shelby County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 448 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 61 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 296 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to Jefferson County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 61 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 296 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to Jefferson County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 296 passes. And that concludes local bills.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a report, Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution 79, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate that the following bills and the order name shall be the special paramount and continuing order of business, taking precedence over all other matters until disposed of for the 23rd legislative day only. On page 39, Senate Bill 261 by Senator Roberts relating to public contracts. On page 55, House Bill 379 by Representative Stadhagen relating to the real estate acquisition. On page 43, Senate Bill 309 by Senator Chambliss relating to public contracts. On page 14, Senate Bill 157 by Senator Elliott relating to parole and probation violations. On page 17, Senate Bill 266 by Senator Beasley relating to driver's licenses. On page 21, Senate Bill 171 by Senator Gavan relating to the state health officer. On page 25, House Bill 254 by Representative Klaus relating to motor fuel taxes. On page 23, Senate Bill 244 by Senator Chambliss relating to design professionals. On page 28, Senate Bill 298 by Senator Jones relating to outdoor recreation. On page 31, House Bill number 68 by Representative Shedd relating to the Department of Economic and Community Affairs. On page 24, House Bill 48 by Representative Hill relating to municipalities. On page 27, Senate Bill 299 by Senator Orr relating to tax incentives. On page 31, House Bill number 41 by Representative Reynolds relating to the teachers' retirement system. On page 39, Senate Bill 290 by Senator Gavan relating to public works contracts. On page 30, House Bill 26 by Representative Standridge relating to Blount County. On page 12, Senate Bill 83 by Senator Weaver relating to crimes and offenses. On page 35, House Bill 184 by Representative Keel relating to state government. On page 35, House Bill 260 by Representative Sells related to the Alabama Electronic Security Board of Licensure. On page 42, House Bill 296 by Representative Moore relating to the United States Armed Forces. On page 32, House Bill 112 by Representative Crawford relating to Limestone County. On page 14, House Bill 34 by Representative Estes relating to crimes and offenses. On page 22, House Bill 163 by Representative Brown relating to building codes. On page 32, House Bill 244 by Representative Crawford relating to guardian ad litems. On page 41, House Bill 336 by Representative Hollis relating to the Red Mountain Greenway and Recreational Area Commission. On page 37, House Bill 364 relating to education. On page 7, House Bill 109 by Representative Collins relating to the Alabama Credential Quality and Transparency Act. On page 52, Senate Bill 294 by Senator Stewart relating to exempt state employees. On page 54, House Bill 455 by Representative Standridge relating to the Forestry Commission. On page 34, House Bill 75 by Representative Mooney relating to the Alabama Private Investigation Board.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the report from the Committee on Rules using the previous roll.
All right, any objection?
I'd like to be recognized, speak to the,
You almost were too late.
I know.
Yeah.
I was slow on the gun.
All right, you're recognized.
Hey, you got the gun right now.
You got it now. You're recognized.
All right, thank you. Senator, since you up at that mic, you the victim for these few minutes. And tell me a little bit about this bill. That may eliminate the necessity for me to have it read, I don't know, but just tell me a little bit about it.
Mr. President,
So so Senator Smithman's got the mic. Y'all are welcome to talk back and forth.
Yeah, that's
all right.
this is really germane because you'll be the first one.
Steal
and this
your
the cow.
thunder, sir.
Oh no, you're not stealing my thunder. I allowed my thunder to be stolen. Because if I didn't, I would have had everything read and talked on everything before we even got to this. So, it was no accident. I purposely worked for us to get to this point. So I want everybody to understand that. This ain't no sneak attack. I knew what I could do, and I purposely wanted us to get to this point because even if it's not necessary for me to talk fully, if we can't get a good explanation, I ain't saying you ain't gonna do your job, but good explanations so I can understand, then I'll at least at the end ask for it to be read so that I can really fully get it, okay? So now I'm listening to you I'm gonna be standing right here, but I'm gonna listen to you.
Well, I'll speak to you then, sir, so I think you'll understand.
And I'm gonna have my ear to her, but my face is gonna be to you, okay?
You remember what we worked, just before you turn your face, if you remember what we worked on diligently as we've used football analogies, the goal is to make Alabama businesses competitive.
Yes.
We're trying to protect those businesses as they compete competitively in the workplace.
Okay.
We're talking about agriculture, forestry. We're talking about automotive manufacturing. We're talking about our area, iron and steel. We're talking about just out a little bit less on the topic we were talking about yesterday. We're talking about those that are mining high met coal and the impact that can have around the world positively. We're talking about protecting these things, the shipbuilding going down at the port. We're talking about protecting our aviation manufacturing going down on the south side of our state. We're talking about protecting these industries so that the capital that they have to stay in business and to be in business is available to flow. That's the basis of where we're trying to go here.
Okay.
So those are the items we're trying to discuss in this bill.
Okay, what I would like for you to do when we get on the bill.
I'm on the bill.
No, I mean when we get through this, the thing on the, I think we doing it to adopt the calendar, so when they're gonna call your bill up. When we get there, those 4 areas that you mentioned, I request that you not show with your eyes, but with your words, show me how this bill is gonna accomplish those 4 things. If you show me that, and it does what you said and not do what I'm saying do, then after you get do with your explanation, I will walk right on over there and then we'll go on and do that. If it doesn't, then it may be necessary for me to have it read. And I'll go straight to that. I'll save the Zappa from having to do that. That's my friend. I know he probably don't really want to do it, but I'll save him from having to do that and just have it read, once you get through with your explanation if it's not clear. But I'm going to dialogue with you because I really want to understand that. You did a good job when we talked about the currency. You remember, you and I, down in and we won't talk about it up here. But you went through that explanation enough so that I had a clear enough understanding when I think it was in banking insurance or something like that.
And I hope we get to that next week. I think that also is a paramount situation for today.
Yeah, I think you have a lot of merit in that based on what you told me over there. So in this, if you can do that for me, then I can be comfortable enough that it does what you said. Then I'll just move on over there somewhere. And so I just want you to know that.
Understand, sir.
Yeah, and my actions by us getting to this fast versus all what has taken place between the time that I walked away to the time that you got there was a exhibit to the body that
we are problem solvers.
Yeah, and I am actually trying to get there. But, if folk get irritated because I'm trying to get understanding and want to cut me off from understanding, then I don't have no choice again but to have this read, and so that I can still get that understanding. Now, I want to quickly say this, and then I'm a time to get on this little part. Okay, I'm not going to take no 11.5 minutes, but I want everybody to hear this. I want everybody to listen. I know you probably are listening. Did you see the representative from the House up here? Did all y'all see the representative from the House up here? Okay, what that means is this. I want you to hear it. she is carrying the House bill, and she came to discuss with me due process. That's what we stopped. I would hope that you all could embrace what she's trying to do. They would talk to her. They didn't want to talk to me. And so they got a few other little things that they said that may be some adjustability in it that we're going to have a conversation. If her committee, I want everybody to hear me. If her committee so is able to do that and agrees with that, and the House as a body, without somebody up here going down trying to sabotage it to the House before they can get to it, agree to it, I would hope that you all would at least concur with what that body sends us if that's something that's reasonable and something that we do. Not kill it, not let the folk call you on the phone again and kill that too. All right, everybody hear me? I'd appreciate that. All right, it's a speaker, it's a sponsor of the bill. It's a whip the whip.
Whip it.
The whip to the whip.
Senator, help me understand. Do you want us to continue to talk right here, or go ahead and make a motion and you get on the bill? You just let us know, because I want to make sure that we're understanding what you're saying.
If you could talk these few minutes right here, I can.
Got it.
She came to see me about something similar, and I just want to give her the courtesy of finishing what we were saying.
That's what I thought. So I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Thank
you.
you.
I'll just talk about the calendar.
Thank
and then
you.
you have your conversation.
We've got 9 minutes left on the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
You want to
Thank you,
use all
sir.
9 minutes, or?
I'll yield without losing my time and place
Okay.
to
Chambliss.
the whip.
Thank you,
right.
Mr. President, Mr. Whip. So obviously, there are a number of bills on the calendar today. The one that obviously he's talked about, so I'll skip over that one. Then getting into the down the bills a little bit, I have a bill dealing with public contracts. This is kind of an interesting situation. Several years ago, we went through a long process dealing with qualifications-based selection for design professionals. And we had surveyors, engineers, and other design professionals, and it turned into a long, drawn-out process. But at the end of the day, what we were able to do is to have an agreement on how we treated the different professions and the selection based on qualifications. So we went through that process. We passed the bill in the Senate. We passed the bill in the House, and it was signed into law. So we move on about our business. Everybody's happy and fine. But what happened last year with the total revamp of the procurement law for the entire state, what happened was there's an inadvertent line there that I didn't catch that did away with the qualification-based selections for design professionals. So all this bill does is put it back exactly how it was. The Department of Finance has already put it back as a emergency rule and then as a permanent rule, and this would just put it right back into that same position, same language as before, so no differences there. It's just to correct that oversight. And if y'all remember, that procurement law was a big, thick section. It's a big, thick bill that we just didn't catch it. So then we're moving on, and we have Senator Elliott with parole and probation violations, arrest by SB 157. About 8 minutes. Dealing with a request, written request, those will be deleted. Aaliyah is required to provide parole and probation conditions in the LETS system. So, Senator, I think, Brad, you had a comment, or?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think you skipped one up, the second one on the calendar that.
I'm sorry, did I?
I would be handling that one today, and I was just going to fill in a little bit while we had some time, if the senator from Jefferson County is okay with that.
Yeah.
You know, that's dealing.
And I apologize for that.
That's okay.
The spacing on here.
Yeah,
I
it's
get-
wide. It's
I
real
get
wide
kinda
space,
confused.
and there was a lot of House members sponsored that. But we'll be having a substitute on that particular piece of legislation and cleaning up some language, some unintended language that and basically a substitute that addresses a lot of concerns. And I think we get that substitute up, and it actually even have one amendment to it.
To the sub.
To the sub, and it really, really, really cleans up any concerns that any of our industry has, any of our students at universities have, any of our doctors that might be here from other countries have, any of those professionals. So I just want to.
Well, it sounds like, from my experience, when you have a sub like that, a lot of people are working together, and then you think you got it, and then you disseminate it to get more input, and then you have an amendment. So that sounds like there's been a lot of work done and a lot of listening to the concerns, because I've heard them. I know you have.
And we've all, the entire Senate floor has heard about it. That's one reason I want to take this opportunity to give a little heads up for the ones that weren't in Ag Committee and weren't in any of those conversations, to know that we do have a good sub that's going to clean up a lot of it.
So the sub was adopted in committee?
In committee sub.
So, okay, so it's not brand new, except for maybe a few of us.
Right.
And was the amendment adopted in committee, or did it
No,
come
we'll have
after
a floor amendment. We'll have a floor amendment, working with ADO and the universities to make sure we're not affecting the people that are there and that are here for the right reasons. So we didn't want to, we need a workforce, and we need to be fair about it, and we feel like that amendment will take care of it.
Kind of strikes a balance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to fill you in on that one, so if you want to continue on down the calendar, I certainly will allow you to do that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't mean to rankle you about skipping it. It was inadvertent. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I saw my name down there, so I jumped and want to talk about my stuff. That's what happened there. And then I talked about SB 157. So let's go on down to SB 266. We'll come up after that, dealing with driver's licenses and providing further for foreign nationals licenses. I think that has a lot to do with it takes a long time for them to get it when they come in the state nation legally, and they need to work and that sort of thing. It lets them get that license quicker, and I'm sure we'll hear some more debate and discussion about that. Then we have SB 171, Senator Gavan, dealing with a state health officer and the appointment process in that bill. Then we have Representative Klaus. I'm not sure, I can't remember who's handling that up here. I know that we had that in committee. I think it was week before last, and it's dealing with motor fuel taxes levied by counties, municipalities, and requiring those funds to be used strictly on roads and bridges, just like state funds are already constitutionally restricted to roads and bridges. This would do the same thing for at the local level. Those funds would also be restricted to roads and bridges because in a lot of folks' minds, it's a user fee. If you use the roads, you have to buy gas, then you pay the tax. If you don't use the roads, you don't pay the fee, you don't pay the tax, and you're not responsible for that because you're not using it. Senate Bill 244 is dealing with design professionals. Most people think that design professionals are required to have professional liability insurance. That is not the case. So this just requires design professionals to disclose that before they enter into a contract, whether verbal or written, so that their client knows that they do not have professional liability insurance. Senate Bill 298 deals with outdoor recreation. The senator from Northeast Alabama creating the Sweet Trails Project Fund provides parameters for the adoption of the master plan for greenway trails, and creates a tax credit for certain landowners. And if I understand correctly, it just creates a blueprint, a plan, a map, a concept for those trails to interconnect all across the state. So then after that, we would have HB 68 dealing with the Economic and Community Affairs, dealing with per diem. This actually, I believe, has been amended, at least Senate bill was it? No, it was a House bill that was amended that it would expand this not just to ADECA, but all across the state, and requires the Department of Finance to develop rules so that those expenses are not exorbitant, and it also requires approval ahead of the expense, I believe. We'll hear more about that later. Then we got House Bill 48 dealing with municipalities and annexation. It's validating the previous annexations, notwithstanding.
All right, Senator Chambliss, the time's up. I believe the motion from Senator Wagner earlier was to adopt the calendar using previous roll. Is that correct, Senator Chambliss?
Yes, sir.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 261 by Senator Roberts relating to public contracts. BIR pending.
Senator Roberts.
I'd like to move we adopt the BIR using previous roll without objection.
Any objection?
Objection, roll call, please.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell.
Aye.
Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
(26 ayes, 5 nays). The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 261 by Senator Roberts relating to public contracts. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President, I'd like to
Senator Roberts, yeah.
that we adopt the sub.
All right.
Using the previous
I'm okay
role
with
without
adopting the
objection.
sub because I have an amendment for the sub.
All right, you want to use the previous roll?
Previous roll,
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
26 ayes, 5 nays. The committee substitutes adopted. All right, and then you've got an amendment.
yeah, first of all, I want him, we haven't seen the sub. I don't know what's in the sub. It just is hot to the press. It just came out today. I would like for you to explain the sub.
All right,
Sub was,
And then I'll do my amendment at that point in time.
all right, Senator Roberts.
the sub was in committee last week that we did this with.
I don't serve on the committee. I'm sorry.
Colleague, I understand that, and I'm happy to discuss it with you.
Thank you.
sir. Absolutely. The sub was cleaning up some language that we worked very carefully with lots of interested parties from around the state to get it to a point where they were agreeable with this moving forward as it is. The purpose of what we're trying to do is we have industries in our state that can be adversely affected by things that are going on nationally, and we are trying to, really what we said before, we've worked the last 3 years very diligently on making our companies competitive in our state. We did that through the Alabama Business Competitive Act in 2021. We're trying to put us in a position so that they can thrive. Think how important the automotive manufacturing industry is here, steel, particularly where Senator Smith and I are from, the iron industry and steel in particular. Think of agriculture around the state. Think of the timber industry. Think of the shipbuilding. Think of the coal mining that goes on in our state that's high met quality, the ability to work with that. And then all the other ancillary industries around the state and how important those industries are. And we are trying to make sure that they have access to the mother's milk, if you will, of capital moving forward. So that's the purpose of what we're trying to do in this bill. And we're specifically trying to address corporate boycott issues and contracts in this legislation. The reason it's timely is because of things that we see happening not just in our state, but around the nation. And that's why the timing of bringing this to the floor today could not be more important and germane.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to speak to the
All right, so we're on the substitute. We've already adopted it. So now I think you had an amendment.
I do.
Do you want to introduce it?
yeah, I'd like to introduce a substitute.
All right. Or
I'm sorry.
amendment. All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment, please.
amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 261 by Senator Singleton. Replace line 114 on page 5 with the following: other financial products or financial advisory services or a contract that would prevent the.
Mr. President, I would like to speak to my amendment, please.
Sure, you're recognized.
But first of all, this is an amendment that's coming from the Finance Department that they want security based on what they're doing. And I'd like to have a motion to adopt the amendment, please.
We take that as a friendly amendment.
I like the long roll because I like to be on the roll for that one.
All right, you want the long roll?
Yeah.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton,
Aye.
Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Singleton amendment's adopted. All right, now we're back on the substitute.
Mr. President,
Senator
if I
Singleton,
could, I'd like to start my first hour.
you recognize.
Thank you. First of all, Senator Roberts, I think that personally that this is an anti-business bill. I hear that you're going nationally, you want to do what they're doing nationally, but as you said that we've worked a lot in this state to create, to recruit, to do, we got to innovate Alabama to bring businesses to this state. Now we want to say to businesses that they can't contract simply because they want to express their freedom to do what they want. I know that your party has always been a party of pro-business and want to say that you don't like mandates on business. But this is a mandate on business to say that they can't do contracts if they do certain things. And I would just like to recall you to section, on page 4 of your bill, line 103. It reads, B, except as provided in subsection C, a governmental entity may not enter into a contract with the company for goods or services unless the contract contains a written verification from the company that the company, without violating controlling laws or regulation, does not and will not, during the term of the contract, engage in economic boycott. That's a mandate. That is holding a business back from actually wanting to do business with the state of Alabama. That is a mandate. And you said that you about free enterprise. That very paragraph right there kills businesses here in the state of Alabama. It would kill businesses from coming to the state of Alabama. This is what you're trying to do, is trying to protect some national interest that you probably heard on Fox News 6 months ago. This ain't Fox, this is Alabama. We have an obligation to the citizen of the state of Alabama to be able to do the best that we can, to be able to recruit business, bring businesses in. This bill threats our economy. This bill also chooses winners and losers based on just that section of this bill. Chooses winners and losers. It deals with not allowing people to be as diverse as they want to be in their business concepts. What's wrong with the business saying that they don't want to do business or say to the state of Alabama or do a social or economic boycott simply because they have a social conscience? You're trying to say to people who do business in the state of Alabama, you should not have social consciences. You should just shut your mouth, do business in the state of Alabama, because we're allowing you to come here. Even if these businesses don't even accept any incentives from the state of Alabama, you're trying to tell them what to do. This is a threat to the economy of this state. And this bill goes to the very heart of what we don't want in this state. You can't afford to continue to have businesses of this magnitude and bills like this. I don't understand why this party didn't just say to this senator, we're just not going to do this. for businesses to be out there worried about that they got to get with you to try to work something out, they shouldn't have had to try to work anything out because this is not a pro-business bill. They won't tell you, Dan, but I'm going to tell you because you're my friend. You're wrong on this one. They won't tell you because you got to vote. But I'm going to tell you, Dan, you're wrong on this one. I'm sorry about calling your name, Senator. You're wrong on this one. This doesn't do what you actually wanted to do. What you stood up there and explained to me that you're trying to do is to protect business. You ain't protecting business. You're telling business in the state of Alabama, we don't want you here. We already being threatened by the president to pull space thing from us. More businesses are not going to want to do business in Alabama under these guidance of this particular bill. You're killing it. Fox don't rule. You can't listen to Fox and decide you're going to do this. We're not Florida 2.0. I tried to tell y'all that. If y'all want to do everything that Florida does, Florida is a different animal. We don't have the capital that Florida have. Florida probably have $100 billion budgets, you know, and we sitting here with $6 and $7 and $8 billion budgets. Businesses are going there. We don't have it. So we can't be like everybody else. We got to be like Alabama. And this is anti-Alabama right here. We're not going to be able to recruit with this tool that you're putting on the ground. And I'm surprised of you. I really am. Being Mr. Pro Business. And I just got this and I found that right quick. That statement right there alone, that a company has to have a written verification. See, just like you keep telling me all the time, we don't want to put these encumbrances on business. We want free enterprise. That is an incumbent upon business. That's a threat to business because if I don't sign this verification, I can't do business with Alabama. That's wrong. We're not going to do business in Alabama with that. And I could just stay on that, just that paragraph alone in this bill kills businesses here in the state of Alabama. I just caught that at my eye sitting and waiting on the BIR to be counted. You know, and maybe I look through here and I might find some more, Dan. I'm sorry, Senator Roberts. You know, we cannot continue to do this in this state. We're forcing ESG priorities and political agendas and social objectives on these other companies. Is the intent to roll back businesses in the state of Alabama? Because that's what's going to happen. You're getting at the heart of DEI. Is that what you're trying to get to? Because you don't want diversity and inclusion? What's wrong with diversity and inclusion? We ought to want diversity and inclusion in our state because we all live here. America is a melting pot. It ain't just full of white men, Dan. You got to make room for everybody else in your heart. And I know you got a good heart. Okay? You got to make room for everybody else. Everybody else got to have a voice. We got to be a part of this economy that makes it work. You can't do business in this state like this, Dan. Nobody else will tell you, but I'm going to tell you as your friend, you're wrong. You're wrong on this one, Dan. I'm sorry, Senator Roberts, gentleman from Jefferson, okay? You just got me flustered, Dan, Senator. And I wish I had an opportunity to just go through this whole bill. I didn't even know it was going to be on the agenda until we just walked in here. Because it was added not to the calendar that we already had, it was basically added here. I just think that, I don't know how hard you've been pushing in your caucus to get this. Obviously somebody listened to you. They ready to vote it out for you. But it's a bad bill for the business in the state of Alabama. And it's a bad business for them to say that the Republican Party is pro-business. You know, I wish that you would even include us to the side. I heard you talk about all the entities that you talked to. You knew we would stand over here, so obviously you didn't care. You didn't care about what we really thought about it or how we feel to bring us to the table when you were negotiating. And so obviously, that's why I'm going to be in this posture that I'm in. Because I care about business in the state of Alabama. Just because we are Democrats, we're not anti-business. We're just as pro-business as you are. But this is a bad bill. You've been working on 3 years of a bad bill. Just because you've been working on it for 3 years don't make it right. It don't make it right because you've been working on it for 3 years. You know, 6 months of Fox will get you in a rabbit hole. Don't do it. Just go on and say, Mr. President, I just want to carry this over and pull this off because it's not right for the state of Alabama. It's not right for business. The people of the state of Alabama will be harmed more by this bill. We're not going to be able to recruit. Congress is not going to be able to recruit business with this kind of legislation hanging over their heads. They're going to have to sit there and explain to businesses now this bill. That's just an extra additive that goes against us on somebody's checkoff box. Because these national companies are looking at these kind of bills as they come through. And while you think that they will run to Alabama for this protection, this is not protection. This is a mandate. This is not free enterprise. This is saying, well, if I want to do business with the state of Alabama on any kind of contract, I got to sign a verification saying that I won't participate. I can't freely express who I am. My employees can't freely express of what we do, or I can't say that I support my employees if I got a contract with the state of Alabama. If they want to walk out, or if they want to do something that they thought was right, that I want to stand as an owner and support them. I can't do it. Because the senator from Jefferson has put a bill that has a cloud hanging over our heads. You're wrong, Senator. You're hurting the state. This would do more harm to the state of Alabama than any other thing that we'll pass out here this year. There's been some bad bills to go through that we're going to see and reap the repercussion of those bills as we continue to go along. You're wrong. This bill does not, again, promote free markets. It can't. How can you be free marketed if you got to come in and feel like, well, if I do business with the state of Alabama, I got to sign all of these, outside of just my regular contract, I got to give them some verification that I won't participate in an economic boycott. Something wrong with that. So you sit there and you describe the bill to be one thing, and it really reads to be something else. That is deception. That is deceiving, because if I had just gone on your explanation, I would have said, man, Dan trying to do right by business in the state of Alabama. But then, the one thing that I can do, Dan, is I can read. I went to public school, but I can read. Okay? And so, I caught this. It's bad policy, Dan. I'm sorry, sir. It's bad policy. And I don't know why members over there are willing to raise their hand or give their voices to this particular piece of legislation. I should have a line from over there behind me because the members on that side of the aisle are supposed to be so pro-business. This is anti-business. The business community out there in the hall won't tell you this, but they don't like this bill. They compromise with you just to try to get something out there that they can live with. They know it's going to kill companies from coming in. We can't go to the Paris Accord and tell folk to come to Alabama now with this hanging over our heads and come on in and we'll do contracts with you in the state of Alabama. And they're going to say, well, what about that verification that I got to sign? Can y'all waive that? No, we can't be waived because the senator from Jefferson did not leave us out on that in the bill. We got to go with it. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to come to Alabama now because I don't want to feel subjected to that. I want to be able to come in, plant my footprint in your state, and be able to thrive and grow and not feel encumbered with that. We may as well be tying a noose around their neck and choking them. This kill business. You may not see it because you don't want to see it at those lenses because it's a political agenda for you. It's a political agenda. It's what Fox News been talking about. I heard it on Fox. I listen to Fox coming down the road sometime on XM radio. It's a political agenda. All this DEI, ESG, all that just nothing but political agenda. And you just catering to the nationals. You even said it yourself. This is a national thing. That's all you're doing is catering. I'm your friend, so I'm going to tell you. Nobody in the hall, because they might feel that you might vote against something next week. But I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. This is wrong, my friend. This is wrong. You're hurting business. I don't care what lens you're trying to look out, how you try to justify it. It is dead wrong. Tell me, how do you justify that paragraph C on that verification? I yield to you to give me an explanation.
We talked about the industries. Let's go to automotive and steel. We have steel industries that manufacture steel that come from materials gathered here in Alabama that then go and are made into automotive industry. That alone, let's look at that industry. How do you manufacture steel? Oftentimes it requires natural gas. It requires lots of electricity. All of these components go in. So if you lose some of those ingredients that go into the way that we manufacture products, 80% of the cost of making anything that's plastic is usually spent on natural gas.
What that has to do with somebody signing a verification to say that they won't do business with the economic boycott? What does that have to do with anything?
Do you want me to keep going? Yes. I was trying to answer your question.
Yeah, but to tell me about plastic and how it's made doesn't get me there.
I think it's an integral part that you understand.
Go ahead. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to listen. Go ahead.
To that. So you do that. So roughly 80% of the cost of the plastic products that go into automobiles or other things that we manufacture require natural gas. Let's say that you're not allowed to use natural gas from this overall policy, then you're the ones that just referenced the Paris Climate Accord. If you're unable to do that, what do? You get those from countries where it's not regulated, right? So we have existing manufacturers here that require on the materials flowing as they flow without being hampered or hindered by policies that come down, that then you have over 10 new alliances that have just formed. One of them is a net zero alliance. You have a climate Action 100.
Mr. President, Senator Reid, take the mic. You recognize me, sir?
Yeah, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Senator, I know you're talking about this important topic, and I don't claim to have all the details of the specifics of what are your concerns here, but we're going to have some other folks that are going to be able to continue answering your questions. I know you've got important ones. I know you, a minute ago, adopted an amendment that I voted for, and I know you mentioned it a little bit, but if you could take just a moment to step back and explain that amendment to me so that I have a little bit of information about that for a moment, that would be helpful to me.
Well, Mr. Mr. Leader, that was an amendment that came from the Finance Department. Just want to make sure that the other financial services was not tied up in this, okay? And the Finance Department thought that we need to do that. I know what's happening.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I appreciate the leader being able to give me an opportunity to talk about this legislation. I just want to make some comments about those that have been involved and engaged.
Sure. You got the
This is a difficult topic. It's one that is at a national level that is ours to deal with here in the state of Alabama. We've got a lot of challenging themes and topics that are always issues that we have to deal with. I think Senator Roberts, who's the sponsor of this legislation, as well as my colleague, have been having good dialogue, and there's always, rightfully so, differences of thought and opinion related to topics that we're trying to manage and deal with. There's been a lot of work go on in trying to recognize the differences of opinion here. And as the leader had stepped away, I had just asked that he give me a little explanation about a piece of amendment or an amendment to this legislation that he was talking about briefly. And so I wanted to be able to allow him to go back and do that.
Yes. Well, it was all about the Finance Department. It came from the governor's office, and it actually came to me at the last minute, and they wanted to make sure that the Finance Department, who does contracts all the time with people all the time, that the Finance Department would not be hurt from doing contracts, so they did not fall under this, because the Finance Department does contracts all of the time. We do contracts through contract review, which is contracts with the state. We should not be subjected to that. And companies having to sign these written verifications. So I think I did not get a real explanation from the Finance Department. They thought it was important that this get on, and so it was given to me by the governor's office to make sure that this got onto that at the last minute. So I just got it when it came through the door. I don't know all what it does for the Finance Department, but they just wanted to make sure that they were protected in their contractual business that they do on a day-to-day basis.
All right, I understand, Senator. I think it was that the amendment was only changing a couple of words that allowed them to better define exactly what the situation would be on those contracts. So I appreciate you giving me some explanation there. What I was trying to say about the legislation is that there's been quite a bit of work. It's a topic that creates a good bit of conflict. Having appropriate dialogue on this floor is exactly what we need to be doing. You've got very important topics. I've been listening to things you've said about Alabama's challenge in being able to balance what we do on topics related to politics versus what we do related to topics associated with business. And those two intersect all the time, as you and I deal with constantly. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we're always looking to an appropriate balance, representing the values of the people of the state of Alabama, at the same time making sure that we're in a position to where other topics that we feel like are important in both directions are able to be discussed, reviewed, talked about in a dialogue such as this. So I think that is important. I think I have another colleague, maybe the senator from Huntsville, that wanted to dialogue with you. He has some details about the legislation and is wanting to speak with you as well.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Gavan.
Well, I think I was in my hour.
That's right.
I'm just standing in.
Yeah, I am, but I understand. But
You still got the mic.
I just want to make sure I got my mic. I was in my hour, and my hour had not run out. But I'm willing to allow you to, to do it. I just want to make sure I got the mic.
We're still on your hour. He's just recognized for discussion.
Correct. No problem. I have no problem. Go ahead if you want.
Just here if you have any questions.
Okay. Yes. So could you kind of explain me why we would require business to sign some verification? I think that is a mandate on business. I think that it encompasses business from doing business. And frankly, it would almost scare me, because in this bill, it talks about business of 10 members or more. You know, that's small business. We're putting these restrictions on small business, not just large manufacturers. We're putting it on small business. Small businesses is the heartbeat of our state. It makes up over 85% of all the businesses that we do, where our tax revenue and everything comes from small business. So we're gonna put these encumbrances upon them and stop them from doing business. I think that that's just something that's holding back. And then we give the Attorney General a lot of power to be able to go out and try to, I think we even tell the Attorney General to go out and seek not to try to follow federal law. How do we mandate that in a bill that we asking them to really not to follow federal law? You know, and like I said, I just got this bill, you know, a few minutes ago, and I'm trying to go through it as I'm building this plane as I fly, okay? And so, as the senator from Jefferson said, he wings, you know, I got to get the wings on so I won't be hitting nothing, you know, Senator from Jefferson has the wings, as he be saying, we got to fly this plane, and might unintended consequences knock other stuff down, okay? We're not flying down a narrow path. This flight pattern is going off track. This is a bad business bill that may have some other intended consequences that we may think that it helps business, but the unintended consequences, I think, will be that business will draw away from Alabama. I think it's going to hurt the recruitment process. People knowing that something like this is over their heads. Just because other states have done it, have we really looked at whether or not other states have been able to recruit other businesses because of this? We haven't had that time to look at that. This is a brand new concept. We don't know what it's going to do. Why we got to be the guinea pig? Why do we put ourselves in a position to lose business and to stop being able to diversify ourselves in our economy? Because the auto manufacturing is the biggest piece that we have right now, but why can't we bring in more tech business? And a lot of these tech business are savvy tech companies. You know, a lot of these CEOs, they're about social action. Apple, you know, Google, because they're started by young millennials, you know, that got filthy rich and started these companies. And so they're about social action and doing those things, but we want them in our state. We want them doing business with us. We want them providing those 2,000, 3,000 jobs, 100 jobs, 150 jobs. We want that to happen in our state, but then we're going to turn around and tell them that if you do a contract with us, you got to sign these verifications, and then the Attorney General is going to be the person over. Why are we giving all this power over to the AG's office to do this as to whether or not somebody is following the law that we pass? Why don't we just do business? If we're about free enterprise, let's open up the door. Alabama should have her doors open and say, come to me. We're doing business over here. Just because Florida's doing that, we want you. We need to be taking advantage of what mistakes that these other folks doing, because this is a competitive market. Everything's competitive. We're here to compete. We don't need to put ourselves in the same basket to be denied from business that they are doing. We got to be competitive, and we need to compete in those markets. And if we're going to compete in those markets, we need to be doing something different. We need to be doing something simply different than what they are doing, not trying to pattern somebody, be like them. Let's be like Alabama. Let's be the best Alabama that we can be, and let's open up our markets. Let allow our markets to be free. But this is the kind of thing, Senator, that encompasses our markets and keep us from doing business.
Well, Senator, let me answer a couple of the things that you brought up along the way. And I think I overheard, I wasn't focusing on it while Senator Roberts was up here, something about the dialogue in the room. But we did have great dialogue. We had businesses that were representative of across the gamut in the state of Alabama, sat down in a room with us a few weeks ago. And we were able to, they presented us with their request, you know, basically their markup, their red line of the bill. And, you know, Senator Roberts very deliberative about how he approaches things. I'm probably a little more quick with my instinct or and I'm not being very quick right now because I'm trying to not get myself in trouble. But anyway, I basically picked up right that time that they had there was one word in there I was a little concerned about. It's the second time the word solely is used. And then there was some language there, I don't remember it specifically, that I said that just doesn't work for us and we got to go with that. And that's basically what we did. And then
But see,
part of the
Senator,
reason,
I'm sorry. You know what, Senator? We could talk to those guys all the time. They're never going to tell us no. They're not. I'm telling you, they feel vulnerable. They feel that they got to come to that table and do that with you. The reason they came to the table because the bill was probably bad, and they said, well, they're going to pass it anyway, so let's do our markup and try to make it at least something we're going to deal with because they're going to do it. They're not going to tell you no, but I'm going to tell you no. Because you and I have a vote. They don't have a vote.
agree.
So you
100%.
get to the table, it's almost like the bully at the table. They know you're going to pass it anyway. So that's why they're at the table. So just to tell me that they were in the room and it came with their markup, they're scared. That's why they marked it up, because they want to make sure that, well, let's get in here what we can get in because this is going to happen. But they're still saying it is bad for business. And you go out there right now and ask them, they would tell you individually that it's bad for business in this state. They don't want it. They don't want it. They would hope that it go away, that they didn't have to deal with it. But because it was on the table is the reason why they came to the table. Because if they were just satisfied with it and just say, okay, don't work, they would have come to the table. The reason they came to the table with the markup is because they said, if it's gonna go, we at least need to put some on. That's why we put amendments on bills. A lot of time on the minority side over here, we put amendments on just trying to make it a little bit better, something that we know we can deal with. Because you're going to pass it anyway. We can't stop you.
That's not just the minority. That's me sometimes, Senator.
Well, I'm just explaining my position, okay? But you understand what I'm saying here.
I do.
So they came to the room not with the understanding that they could stop you. They came to the room understanding that we better try to do something because if it passed the way it is, we're really not going to do business in the state of Alabama. That's why they came to the table. They came to the table because they almost feel bullied out there. We some bullies, man, sometimes.
Well,
we can bully folk around here. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't bully. We got a law against bullying in this state. But all I'm saying is that that's what happens in the process, the legislative process. They will adhere to us because we have the vote. And they would try to work with us the best that they possibly can because we do have the vote. They would never they don't be honest with us and tell us no. They probably go in there, get in and walk out and cuss you out when they walk out the room. You know?
They'd never do that, would they?
Child, please. Child, please. That's what's happening. If this is a bad bill, this is not a good bill for business. And members on your side, no, it's not. They don't want to have to deal with it, but they were okay with it probably because they know business came in and tried to make it a little bit better. And I'm sure that that's what happened. I'm sure that that's what happened. Okay? So it just don't work that way. We got to stop doing business like that. You know, no company in this state shall be penalized, have economic harm inflicted on it, have commercial relations limited, or have activities of a company changed or limited by governmental entity because the company will not engage in economic boycott, will not establish or implement policies, procedures, guidelines, rules, reports, products, services, notice, disclosures, or rates of prices, will not provide or submit answers to surveys or to other information requests or disclosure, would not invest in or divest in certain security, stocks, bonds, bills, partnerships, or other investments arranged in or will not initiate other corporate and or business practices that further social, political, or ideological interests, including but not limited to economic boycott criteria or other similar oriented ratings. So you basically tell them, well, if you don't participate in it, we won't penalize you. But if you do get into economic boycott, if you do participate, we want to penalize you. Something is wrong with that. You're telling businesses that they can't do business in this state. This is a bad bill. I'm sure that they did the best that they could do with this bill because y'all wouldn't accept everything from them. Because you wanted to keep the core of your bill together. I'm sure if they had their way, this bill would not just be rewritten, it would just go away. Oh, excuse me. It would just go away. It would go away.
I think that was a tort.
It's right. You good? Senator, would you come and hold the mic for me until I will yield to the senator from Jefferson until I talk to the leader? And those are some of my talk.
Thank you, sir. There is a portion in here that I want to specifically look at that I was like, wow, we got a lot of issues going on in one bill. And it's on page 4. And I'll start at section C. Well, it's actually line 110. And this is the section that talks specifically about the contracts between the governmental entity and company with 10 or more full-time employees. When you start on 110, it says subsection B does not apply to a contract related to the issuance, the management debt obligation to the deposit. That's not the right section. Hold on, that's not it. I'm looking for the one that talks about, here it is, wrong page, page 3. There we go. All kind of issues. Page 3, starting with E, 83, does not facilitate, is not expected to facilitate, or does not commit to facilitate access to abortion or sex or gender change surgery, medications, treatment, or therapies. And the sections before that outline all kinds of issues. And I guess I was just trying to figure out, I'm still been trying to figure out in our state where these things are happening. And in committee, I couldn't get an example from the gentleman about where this is happening. Who is telling people they have to do these things or not do these things, and then saying, I'm not going to do business with you. And then ultimately we're saying we're not going to be, I hope the public can follow what I'm saying, because it's about who says you can't do this thing or you can't use your First Amendment right. If you do that, then we're not going to do business with you. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, where in the state of Alabama is someone forcing somebody to facilitate access to abortion or sex or gender change surgery, medications, treatment, or therapies. I'm just trying to understand. And if you remember the gentleman at the microphone, we were in committee when I was asking those questions about the specific things that were happening to Alabama companies. And I'm still waiting on an example of something specific that has happened here. Because one of the things I normally would pride myself on in our legislative body is that we don't get caught up in all of the national minutia. You know, I tell folks all the time back home that about 90% or so of pieces of legislation we actually agree on. Lots of things that D's and R's agree on. But the things that get the headlines are those things that are the most divisive or controversial, you know, issues. And so I still was trying to figure out in our state where this is happening. And, you know, you and I had a conversation offline, we did, about the microchips. With somebody, but I mean, on this bill and this magnitude of a piece of legislation, where is this happening to our Alabama companies?
So, Senator, if I may, you know, as we talked about the microchipping thing, we're trying to be proactive here. We're looking at what's going on in the nation. And I agree with you. I sat down one time and I didn't hammer it out exactly, but I was roughly got it down to about 10 issues that, you know, our parties are going to generally butt heads about.
Just, I mean,
okay? But
we know
probably
it.
About 10 issues. And other than that, I mean, you're as apt to have a divide on our side or, you know, split down the middle of both parties on a particular issue that's out there that comes up in front of us if there's a division. I tell people all the time how many bills we pass unanimously, and they're all just kind of, you know,
they're shocked and amazed because they actually think we don't like each other.
Yeah.
There's actually fights going on. We actually really do genuinely like each other, but we just have differences in ideology.
Exactly. But, you know, this is something I think is coming to a city near you, a business near you. It's just what we see with these trends and to see the actions and activities going on from some of these corporations. And I tell you, I've got a fundamental problem with that as an investor, because I still, you know, contend that the job of the board of directors is to maximize shareholder wealth. And that's not what some of these corporations are doing today, but that's neither here nor there. The bottom line is we're not telling businesses that they can't do business in Alabama. They can do business all day long and have these kind of views.
You just can't exercise your First Amendment right.
No,
You just
they
can't believe a
absolutely
certain
can.
kind of way.
We're just telling them they can't do business with the state of Alabama if they're going to have these views. And it's, you know, if they're not going to finance a coal company because solely, and again, that was one of the words we negotiated, solely. So because, and there were a lot of things there when we sat down and I looked at the business community's list when we first met. And we're going through it, and I'm like, I agree with you. I agree with you. That's bad. You know, that's confusing language. Let's take it out. That language is not necessary. And it was like we were in a way almost negotiating a contract, you know, with a bunch of people sitting around a table for a big business deal. But, and to answer the Senator from Hale's question about the Attorney General, they don't want to be sued by everybody in terms of, and that's why, you know, I guess, you know, there's two viewpoints to everything. I mean, you know, you can look at it from different perspectives, but there is a perspective that the Attorney General has power, but I think from their viewpoint, it is they didn't want a lot of other people filing suit against them, especially seeking money damages.
All right. So for my original question, where is this happening in the state of Alabama?
I'm not aware.
I did not hear that it was happening here. You know, I was listening to Senator Singleton as he was talking. And I mean, it was like an aha moment for me when he was talking about opening the doors to the state of Alabama, opening us up and saying, come here, come here, come here. Had a conversation last night about economic development with the lieutenant governor about the things that we want to ultimately do to have business or recruit business to come to the state of Alabama. This is not the way to go. But as I was sitting there thinking, and as the senator said about what's happening in Florida, why are we doing here? And I said, you know, we could have Disney World here in the state of Alabama. All of the industry that Florida is messing with. We can recruit, come on to the state of Alabama. We're going to treat you well here in the state of Alabama.
That was a big move in
I mean, that would be a big move. You know, Senator Stewart said, come on to the Black Belt. We got lots and lots of land in the Black Belt. You know, we love come on, all through the Black Belt. We love to have that economic development or that economic engine there. But what we're doing, instead of saying, let's open our doors, we're looking like what some people have the perception of Alabama is. You know, I have some friends all over the country, been serving a long time, but one of my friends in New York, still a state senator, met him 20 years ago. And he said, you know, I had no concept of what it was like in Alabama. But, you know, it's based on what I've seen on television. You know, he said he didn't realize that we had, and this is an educated person, y'all, really an educated person. The way we are perceived, that we're dirt roads, backwoods, we don't have air conditioning in our houses because on all the movies on television, folks in the South are sweating. I just want to tell them so bad, we do have air conditioning in the South.
I sweat.
Some people, when they think about backwards or behind the times, there's a slang term, and it's Bama. That's the slang term. When you're backwards or behind the times, you hadn't caught up with the 21st century, you're Bama. And pieces of legislation like this make us look Bama. That's exactly what it does. It doesn't make us look like we are a 21st century Alabama. The belly of the civil rights movement changed not only this country, but the world. But now we're passing legislation that takes us back. And so that's one of the challenges when I see these pieces of legislation come here, because it puts a stain to on who we are to the rest of the country. And this legislation specifically does not say to folks, we're open, we're a diverse society, we want you all to come here. And that's my fear with pieces of legislation like this. So I didn't know if the gentleman was ready to come back. I'm gonna yield to my Black Belt legislator that I'm sure is gonna talk a little bit more about how he would love to have that economic development in the Black Belt.
Mr. President, may I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Thank you. It is so great to have this dialogue with the gentleman from Madison County by way of Dallas County. And so I just want to just express my concerns about this legislation. And, you know, Alabama is open for business. We are a business friendly, well, we portend, right, to be a business friendly state. But I think this legislation contradicts that. Corporations, they do have an obligation to be good actors. Would you agree with that?
I think they should be good actors, but as I said earlier, I think their job
Profits, right?
is within the bounds of the law and ethics is to maximize shareholder wealth.
That is true. That is true. Well, there's all sort of research that says that ESG analysis, they've often proven to be, they've enhanced financial performance for many corporations. When we talk about how ESG is outperforming a lot of the biggest pension funds, right? Those are outperforming the ones who are not as socially, the funds that are not as socially responsible. And we also must be concerned, not just about making money, but about minimizing investor exposure to financial risk. We need to be concerned about that as investors. Also want to share, there's a component with ESG. Would you agree that one of the greatest assets of corporations are the people? Would you agree with that?
I think generally that is. It could be a corporation. Some corporations is all about a patent they've got. You know, I mean, it can be a variety of things, but our human capital, I mean, within the state of Alabama, within corporations, certainly within my law firm is a professional services firm. It's all about the people. It's not about our building. It's not about the computers. It's about our people. So it's certainly, I would say in my company, it's 100% about the people.
So when we talk about ESG, there's an aspect of ESG called human capital management, okay? When you talk about people being the greatest asset of a corporation, we are having attacks, corporations on our labor, right? We're talking about how we're talking about slave labor. That's what some corporations are doing. When we're have these international companies. We had a company in our state, in our country, McDonald's, having 10-year-olds working. This is a way, ESG is a metric to hold corporations accountable, right? Shareholders have a right to do that.
Prevent that.
I just want to share, what do we have going on right now? We have shareholder season going on right now, where investors, you get to vote your proxy about what's going on, issues that are important to you. We vote for board of directors. And so we are having tornadoes in January. When I was growing up, tornadoes only happened, April, this was tornado May. I'm from Selma, Alabama. You know, your dad's in Dallas County. He's very helpful. He's been very helpful, personally to our community. You know, he's in Dallas County. Tornado in January. This is when you talk about the environment. We only get one environment. We only get one world. And so when we talk about ESG and taking care of our environment, fossil fuels are really having an adverse effect. And we talk, there's been lots of discussion in our state about clean energy. Right, gentlemen? We've been having discussion. The governor's office has been discussion. Why can't we be innovative? And I think this legislation will stifle us from being innovative. We talk all the time about how our kids are leaving our state in droves and are not coming back. You go, well, yeah, you can't come if you can't breathe, right? If a tornado's blowing away your apartment that you can barely afford, right? So I think we need to consider, have an open mind New York, what about New York, classmate? Oh, it's yeah, it's not affordable there. I used to live there. But I just wanted to just share those sentiments and these reservations about this legislation.
Thank you for your dialogue.
Senator Smitherman,
May I be recognized?
you're recognized.
All right. Senator, why? I mean, I understand why you're standing there, you know, based on what happened and everything. So I'm not trying to pin you. By no means, you got the knowledge, but I'm not trying to pin you. But why do we have all this stuff in there about the abortion? I mean, why are we trying to be? I ain't talking about you personally, so don't, you know, this ain't a personal conversation like that. We're talking about the bill. That's why I said, why we? Okay, so I want to say it like that. Why are we trying to do protecting business, legislate morality? Why are we trying to tell business? I'm not talking about, except why are we trying to tell businesses what they can and can't do? Even businesses that we don't provide incentives, we don't provide anything. What make us God? I mean, that's what I can't understand. Only God can do that. Why do we think because we can do something that God is saying that what we ought to do? That's what concerns me, not all this other stuff, you know, about safety and welfare, about taxes and all that. But we ain't got no business telling a business that they can't do something for their employees if they want to take their own personal money for that. And it's not right for us to talk about some taxpayers, so that's why we're doing that, when there are also taxpayers in this state who believe in choice. So why are we gonna even take that approach? Because I've heard one person say that, well, we have taxpayers and they are here. Yeah, but we got taxpayers here who believe in choice too. And so why are we, I can't understand, why do we feel necessary to legislate morality to people instead of letting people do whatever they think, and then they have to be give accountable to their God? And I say that because I'm gonna just share my own self. I'll say standing right here, I voted every time for pro-choice, for a person to have the ability to choose. And you get people sitting up and saying, that means that you're against abortion. Or life, I mean, or whatever like that. Well, let me just set the record straight. So that's why I'm serious I am about, why do we think we are playing God? Why we think we God? Why we think we are pure enough in our livings and how we treat people and how we are enough to stand in the shoes of Jesus Christ, who came down here to die, who died for us and sin. Why we think we are just as sacred or whatever like that? That's what I can't understand, because this is what was happening in there. We think we God. We think we should make the decisions for God right here, like he done sent some message to all of us that this is his decision. Well, let me share this with you, what I was saying about me. You know, I had a son that was born, and and he was born, and let me just say this, I don't mind sharing it. You know, I probably my wife would want me to share, but I don't mind sharing it. He was born in the process of diffusion, where the separation of the chromosomes take place. It didn't happen in the 24th chromosome. So as a result of that, his DNA was thrown off. And it was thrown off to the point where his muscles were like bricks on the house with no mortar in it. And the doctor told us before he was born, said that that's a probability that the older he get, the chances it is that he was going to leave this earth. And the doctors tried to emphatically tell us that, you know, you ought to abort this child because of this is what's going to happen. We didn't abort no child. Eventually he died. But yet, before then and now, I voted 100% for folk to have a choice. I had a choice. And I said that to you, the choice was not to have an abortion. But we want to take away people's right to have a choice. We want to police people. And that ain't right. I mean, we're not God. You know, it ain't nobody sitting in here, including myself, can stand up and say that they have been perfect until their life. Nobody, including myself. President Jimmy Carter said it best. And when I said that, he said, he was talking to the men more than anything. He said, if you lust in the mind, not do something about it, but if you just lust in your mind, you have sinned. You ain't got to make no advances and pass to nobody and not be true to your spouse and all that. But if your little mind just lusted, right there, you have sinned. So, I mean, why, I just can't understand why we trying to play God. That's my biggest thing. I just can't understand it. You know, you heard me talk about the First Amendment and all that, but as it relates to that part right there, why we think it's all right to do that? And you know, basically we do it with a straight face. Well, now, you know, yeah, I did the right thing. I just, that really, really puzzles me how we make these God-like decisions just because we have the authority don't mean we God. You know, I tell people all the time, just because we have power and authority don't mean we got wisdom and knowledge. Don't mean it one bit. Yeah, you got the power to do what you want to do, but you don't really know what you're doing. Or if you know what you're doing, you don't really understand the consequences of what we're doing. And here it is, we trying to ride through a bill for business and talk about how we trying to protect businesses, and yet we turning around and taking the freedom of choice from the female and the male, but from the female in particular. That's almost kind of chauvinist on our part as men, that we gonna try to tell women what to do. You know, that ain't right. I mean, we ain't got to agree with what they do or feel like we like it or not, but to tell them by statute, make a law saying this is what we supposed to do. And I'm gonna say this about businesses. The very reason Atlanta and Georgia bloomed to what they are, because Alabama took the positions it took on race and on a few other things. These businesses would not come here. Now we got these businesses on the path coming here because we showed that we needed to change our ways as a state. We need to change our ways as a state. Now, for whatever reason, I'm not finna go talk about no national agenda or anything else, but for whatever reason, now we feel the need to, how to say that? Let me see, I'm gonna say this phrase, except I'm gonna use our state. I won't use what somebody else said. We feel some reason that we need to make Alabama great again. Like we're not great right now. The phrase means great again, greater, greater. Well, I almost said great because I like greater going that way. But great telling me again, it's telling me that there's a thought that great was if we go backwards and be like it used to be. Like it used to be. You know, and yet I if you talk about how it used to be, it was nothing great about that. And you said, what are you saying? I can take you to, I'm going to start, for instance, in 19, what, I'm going to give you some good times. About 1965, 66. Let's make it great again. Do we call making it great again when I'm leaving the high school, coming home, and the high school is on this side of town, and we talk about there was segregation back then. High school is on that side of town, I gotta walk all the way through town to go out of town and go back to the county. Excuse me. Go back to the county so I can go home. And do we call making it great again when I pass by the same university that you all have allowed me to be on the board of trustees? I passed by what's now the baseball stadium, and they had an archery range out there. And they had these big old targets, and they got hedges about this tall. Do we call this making us great again, that when it was 3 or 4 of us had to walk home after practice, and when we got by those targets, the Ku Klux come out there chasing us with bats and things and trying to harm us? Do we call that make us great again, going back to that? Do we call it make it great again? Well, I'm sitting in school and I got a book that's half the pages torn out, and that the book has been used in 2 or 3. You know how when they have school, they stamp in there for that year. It got 2 or 3 stamps in it, and then that's the book I got, and that ain't the latest book that's being used. And we call that make it great again. And we call it making it great again with businesses when we go into the Dairy Queen or the Dairy Delight, and I got to stand out there just like you all seen. It was storming out there, the tornado, and I done made an order, now the rain coming down, and I got to stand outside at a window like this. And just for the record, we ain't had no car, so all I got is a little bicycle that was a used bicycle when I got it in the first place. And so I got to stand out there in the rain and wait on my order without paying for my little food, and I can't go inside the place. But we want to make it great. We want to go back to what it used to be. Do y'all realize what we be thinking when you be talking about we need to go back to the good old?
So the first hour, Senator Senator Singleton's time's up. Do you want to start? You can.
Yes, sir.
You want to do another hour?
Yes, sir. I'll start it.
All right.
And I don't know what the.
Well, I mean, it's just on you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was
Got
just.
it.
And I was
Just wanted to make sure I got them. So yeah, all right. So y'all can start.
Yes, sir.
All right, you recognize.
That's what I mean. That's what this, for me, in this part of it. I've talked about the First Amendment part. That's what this tells me. We call ourselves trying to go back to something that was misery and hurt for so many people, but it was great for some people, and we want to take us back to that. You know, I mean, come on. You know why? I just don't understand that. Why? You know, as I mentioned to y'all, and you all haven't paid attention because some of y'all come by the office and we be discussing things. The next time, you ain't got to say nothing to me, but just I want you to do this on your own. The next time you come back to the office, if when you walk in, look on the wall of my office and look right to when you walk through the door, look just to the left right there. You're going to see a picture. And you're going to see a picture of 5 or 6 African Americans. You've probably seen that. The reason that picture is in there, because it's a reminder to me that I don't ever want to go back to where that was. And I'm talking about that was the last African Americans to be able to serve in the Alabama legislature before Reconstruction. So from the time of Reconstruction to the time that Senator J. Richmond Pearson, Senator W. Clemens, and I think it was Representative Tony Harrison. And I'll tell you who Tony Harrison was, if you keep up with national politics. Up until the last 2 or 3 elections, he was Congressional Representative Clyburn, which was the 3rd ranking Democrat up there. He was his chief of staff. So if you ever saw that and saw this man with him, that's the one. He was in this legislature right here in 78, if not a little earlier, but he was here. We had that period of all those years that we couldn't even have an opportunity to come in here and serve. And yet we do things that want to take us back to them kind of times. You don't have to understand that we ain't interested in going back. Not just that you trying to do something to us to go back. This was no good time for us. It was no good time for people being oppressed. It wasn't no good time for people, those things happening for us. It wasn't at all. And right here, we trying to do the same thing within the bills, a law of a bill. We trying to extinguish people's rights. that it has taken all this time in life to get to the point where they have a right as a citizen to do what they choose to do within the realm of not infringing it on anybody else. We want to infringe our beliefs and our personal things on everybody in the world. But when you go to see the maker, when I go to see the maker, I'm not talking to anybody. You got to be accountable for your own self. You can't be accountable for anybody else down here. And I'm saying, why are we now trying to be God and be accountable for these people? I'm not telling anybody you ought to believe in this at all. But I'm saying to force it in a statute, to force it in a law, that if a company want to provide that, y'all know what we should be doing. Immediately, and I actually wanted to do this, but I know that it's probably not enough appetite in this building to do it. For the health and safety and welfare of people, we need to be providing people transportation if we don't want them to have an abortion to go to the state the way it is. And people saying, what you mean we supposed to do that? I would bet that if you can't now because he's working on it. I bet if you pulled the general fund budget from last year, I bet you it'll be an embarrassment what we put in there for foster care. I think if you pull the budget and look at the laws, we're telling a family that, and I might be wrong on the number of weeks, we're telling a family that you can only get 26 weeks of TANF relief, or a year or 6 months or whatever. After that, you can't get no welfare. You can't get no food. You can't get anything. We telling people that not working that we're going to limit you to 16 or 26 weeks or whatever of unemployment. And then after that, you're not going to get any help. And we stand right at these mics, and not just at these mics. I've had people come up to me in this body, not a bunch of y'all, there's been a few, come up to me in this body and then tell me, well, they need to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. How can you pull yourself up by some bootstraps and you ain't even got no boots? That's what I'm saying. We don't want them to have the boots. And then we tell them to pull themselves up by bootstraps. And yes, let me say this. And I can say this because I'm one of the people who was standing there when they said it. We was in here yesterday. Someone brought a resolution to try to name a road after a former legislator, which I'm not gonna call any name. And that same legislator, who's chairman, and I think I got the budget right, of the general fund budget, when we were trying to work on Medicaid expansion and do all of that, had the audacity to say that if somebody want that or they want some TANF, then we need to cut it out and they need to go on over to Georgia or somewhere where they got it. Yeah. Exactly. That's what we'll say. But yet we want to bring people into the world, and after that, we want to feel good and self-righteous and let them starve. We don't want to put the adequate money in education. And you say, what are you talking about? Right now, if anybody so desire, go pull the 2008 budget that we passed in this legislature and pull the budget we just passed and hold them up and look at, and I could be wrong on the exact figure, but I'm not far off. The budget that we passed this time, I think, provided maybe $21 million for at-risk. It could be more or less. I got it written on the desk over there, that sheet that we had, that I could find it. And in 2008, and I'm not talking politics and parties, but I just got to tell it like it is. When we was in the majority in 2008, The at-risk amount was between $31 and $35 million to help people. That's in the budget, y'all. This ain't me being negative. That's what the figure said. We gonna preach that we supposed to do all of this, but we don't want to help folks. We don't want to help them. I tell you how we want to help them. I'm gonna tell you exactly the solution. Bring them. Not provide anything for them. Build new prisons and lock them up. That's the path. That's the path. That's the path. That's what, I don't care how you look at it, this money, the way we shift this around and turn our back on that, you know, then we want to put the zap on them, because now we don't even want to adequate fund public schools. We don't want to adequately even fund them. We don't even want to. We don't want to do it at all. I mean, if we got classes with 30-something people, we need to be funding more teacher units from the state. From the state. And Lord knows, these tests that we talking about, these children taking, that's just another means to set up the pipeline from school to prison. Because if you don't prepare somebody for the test, how are they gonna pass the test? They can't pass it. There's nothing they can do. I mean, they gonna get help. And even this, I hear this thing, they said that, well, we got a teacher shortage and we need to do this. You know, one of the main reasons why we got a teacher shortage, we don't want to pay them. We'll pay somebody anywhere from $100,000 to $120,000 a year to go down in the mines. We'll pay them $120,000 a year to work in manufacturing, running the sophisticated lathe machines. You know, because I used to work in manufacturing. The lathe machines, we'll do all of that. But go pull the thing on the salary metrics for the teachers. But we want to give teachers $65,000 or $60,000 to teach and handle the most precious thing we got, and that's our kids. We need to be paying teachers a minimum of $120,000 a year. We got the money. We got the money. We just want to do all these other glorious things that make us look so beautiful with all these different programs and these special things over here at the expense of all this. That's what I'm saying. And you say, why are you talking about that? Because they go back to this. If you want to keep these children, you got to take care of them. That's all I'm trying to tell everybody. You got to take care of them. It's a joke to be talking about we gonna keep them and we ain't gonna do nothing else and go home, cross our legs and say, hey, you know, make it the best you can. Come on. That ain't how it's supposed to be. They call that kind of stuff hypocritical in the Bible. That's being a hypocrite. When we said one thing over here and then over here our actions show something else. I mean, that's just the facts. That's what these kind of things do. But getting back to what I was saying about Atlanta, I'm telling you now, that's what made Atlanta grow. And you watch what I tell y'all now. We gonna set an environment so hostile toward these companies that these companies gonna stop coming. I'm talking about the big ones. They're going to retaliate, and they're just not going to come. I'm trying to think that we had a situation where there's somebody who did not come, somebody who did not come or who left us. No, was it the sporting event? Yeah, SEC, wasn't it? Yeah, the SEC. It was one of those. Maybe the SEC wouldn't play because of some policies that we had. Oh yeah, with the transgender, or it was with something, bathroom bills or something. Yeah, something like that. They wouldn't play here. That's just a little tip of the iceberg what's getting ready to happen to us in this state. And listen, we've worked so hard. We worked so hard to change our image. We have. We worked so hard to in a matter of 2 or 3 bills, erasing all those years of hard work so that we are not seen in that light as a state. And the sad part about it, the majority of our state is not like that. But because of these images we showing, the perception outside of our borders has been and will then continue to be that that's how we are. I know better. I know the majority of us are not like that. But we keep shooting ourselves in the foot by doing stuff just like this. And yes, it's a perception out there that's somewhat like that. And you asked me, you said, Smithman, how you know? You just sit up here and saying some words. Well, all I can tell you is this. For 6 years, I served as the national treasurer for the National Black Caucus of State Legislators. That's every African-American legislator in the United States. And to get the position, you had to be elected. So I had to interchange and intertwine in communications with the majority of African-American legislators who, from Alaska, they had some. The Virgin Islands had some. California had some. Wyoming had some. They have a lot of them. Utah had some. The Dakotas had a few. I don't even need to talk about the other states and whatnot. Rhode Island. I mean, we had from Connecticut and everywhere. And we got a perspective of what they thought about Alabama. Not just them, but what many of the people in that state saw us. And you know, they saw us with dirt roads. They saw us being, their perception. Okay, whenever you're ready. They thought that we were biased. They thought that we were seriously discriminated on. I mean, they had this whole, and that concept came from what happened back in the day when I told you that we had a unpleasant history of things that we had done. And yet we've worked so hard. I give y'all credit. You worked so hard and get us past that. And then just about time we getting ready to go to the next phase, we go do stuff like this. We go do stuff like the reason they didn't come. At some point in time, let me say it to you like this. When are we gonna find the courage as a body to make the decision not on politics, but on right and wrong? I didn't say party, I said politics. I'm not talking to no one party, I'm talking about period. Whether DR, I, who's independent, whatever it is, when we gonna make decision on what's right or wrong, right and wrong? When we gonna have that kind of courage to do that? It takes courage to stand up for just what's right and wrong. It's like a poem that we had to remember when I pledged Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. Talk to him. When the Invictus, do you really need talking? That's for the ones that don't know. That's one of my frat brothers right there. And my other one was sitting right back there. But you know what it starts off? If you can keep your head when all around you is losing theirs, but blaming it on you. If you got the courage, and I'm gonna say this about me, and I'm gonna say this about the majority. You know what courage is? This is only a small definition. There's many other things that are. But in this, what we have in this conversation about now, you know what courage is? The courage is when, I'll use us first. The courage is when we go on third floor and we got the 8 people in there and they are talking, this is the word I use, they're talking out the side of their neck. That's when folks just saying old stuff, crazy kind of stuff. And yet you or I, or in our case, with us, I'll just use myself, I got the courage to stand up and say, no, y'all, this ain't right, and we shouldn't be doing this. The same apply to the majority. I don't care how much it makes you not be the buddy of everybody. If you got the guts to stand up and say, this ain't right, that takes courage. When you're in the midst of all of those people and that, and you're in the room where there is a group that wants to do that, and you know it ain't right, to stand up and say, that ain't right. That's when you're close and you're standing with God. But if you want to go along just to get along, then you being led by people that may not have the connection with God. But as I said, when we leave here, you can't get no free pass for taking that approach, because you gonna be, me. I say that because I want folks to understand that I ain't singling nobody out, but you, me, and anybody else, we gonna have to be accountable to the Lord for these decisions and things that we do. So, and I'm gonna show y'all how the Lord works. You remember I told y'all, I said that my daughter was going to over to Atlanta taking her mama because of the class reunion. And I said that because I had to, that was an event this evening, because her and one of her friends that went to law school there, she's an attorney, they have merged into establishing a firm, even though she's a part of a firm with me. They established a firm that they're going to do real estate closings. They are having a reception for realtors this afternoon. I had said initially to you all that I was going to have to get back because she is taking her over there. Well, if you notice, I had the phone sitting up here, and the phone, I got the call though, and they on their way back. So I ain't got to go now. They called and told me, they said they supposed to be there at 4:30, and they said they're gonna get there at 4:15. Now, the deal is, I got to go back over there on Saturday, though. That was the trade-off. Now, I didn't negotiate that. They made that decision because she wanted to really get back to the event. So the deal is I got to drive over there. I got to be the Uber. The Uber drivers got to drive over there early Saturday. And then, you know, I'm probably going to drive back that night. It's too close for me not to drive back that night, you know, because if I can go up and down the road, because I have to go to Mobile sometime, my granddaughter down there playing ball, and that's a 4.5-hour ride one way from Birmingham. And believe it or not, I know it sounds crazy, but I go down, see the game, turn around, drive right back 4.5 more hours the other way back. So that's why I may not stay when I go there, because they ain't but 2.5 hours from Atlanta. You know, so but I was just saying that it's amazing how the Lord works. He just worked at that situation. He knew I was trying to get on up the road, but he said, you need to stay here. Well, hey, what we need to do then, maybe go into a silent meditation to see if we receive that word or not. But we've had some things today that happened that have been unfortunate. Well, some very unfortunate things. And you know, sometimes as important as we see things and we think about things, there's so many things that are so much more important, that it's such as the things that have happened today, and that's a limb of life. You know, we had, as you said, we had a person who works here that all of a sudden something happened to them and they stayed here a long time by themselves. But yet the Lord felt compelled enough to still keep them where they living. And now we just have to pray that there's no paralysis and that they live, and that there's no permanent paralysis or anything like that. You know, and then I just learned that I knew that I didn't know until a few minutes ago that the minister who was in the accident actually made it here and spoke to some people. I thought it happened, he was on his way trying to get here, but he actually came. And who would have ever known when they heard those words from him, that would be the last words that you would hear from him. So that's what I'm saying about this. You know, the Lord is in the plan. And we don't know what his will is going to be. We don't know that. And so as a result of that, I think that we have to try our best to, if we can, to get as right as we can with the Lord. I just felt compelled to say that at that moment because he brought that upon me. But in terms of this bill, I still haven't figured out yet why is this bill so necessary. It's kind of like we got a solution that waiting on a problem to pop up. Just waiting on a problem to pop up. I can't understand how we just waiting on the problem to pop up. I really can't. I can't understand that. I can't figure it out. I wish I could, but I just can't. You know, and I don't know why in the world that. And then usually, let me tell y'all something. Listen at this. Usually, in these kind of situations, we put this little bill last. So you can go on and knock all these other bills out, and then whatever, you know, we get on this one, we just get on this one. But for some reason, we decided to bring it straight out the chute. And I just don't understand that. I don't understand. I don't understand why we felt the necessity to bring this one. I don't understand it. I've been trying to figure that out. You know, we got several bills, even from this sponsor, because he and I was talking back and forth about one of them that he and I talked about. So, I mean, if it's kind of want to make sure he gets a little something on here and do what he want to do, he has some other bills that especially today, y'all. The reason I did that because I was looking at you and I know what I told you. You know, that was my intent, for real. That was my intent. But this bill was not on there on yesterday's. And sure was number one. I'm thinking, and I'm not saying that wouldn't have gotten on the calendar. That's not what I'm saying. But surely trying to get out of here on this day and trying to be productive, and we should have stuck with the calendar, the original calendar. We wouldn't be up here talking. We wouldn't have no reason to stand up here and be talking. You'll be seeing, this time of evening, I predict you would have been seeing tail lights. Tail lights. Yeah, you've been seeing some tail lights right now. Now the way we
Birmingham traffic at the wrong time.
You got that right. And now the way we going, you gonna see tail lights and headlights. It gonna be so dark. You gonna see tail lights and headlights. Lord have mercy. That's what just kind of get me. I just don't know what to say. You know, I mean, I tell everybody in here, I tried to do my part. I tried my best. I told you if it was on the other agenda, and that's the way I said it, I said, I don't have any problem with not just coming around, but I don't have no problem with what, sitting down. I just, you know, because I'm thinking that's what it's going to be. You know, you had kind of already explained to me some things, if that was the situation that came about. I mean, I might have asked her, well, you know, you sure that's what you want to do or something like that? But other than that, you know, you really told me why. And so I had a decent understanding, you know, of what was going to take place, even with the modification you were talking about. But I ain't see this coming. I feel compelled to tell you that. As I told you, I ain't see this coming. I don't know if you saw it last night or not coming. I don't, you know what I'm saying.
I didn't either, but by the way, I put a substitute in your desk to look at on the other one.
Oh, from the one we talked. Yeah, I thank you. I saw that. I'm gonna look at it. I just didn't see this coming. I really didn't. But you know, I understand. I mean, you know, I respect the process. It's here. But I didn't see that coming. I thought it was gonna be one of them good days. I mean, it's a good day, but I just thought it was gonna be one of them. We I thought it would be one of them days that we could use a sailboat instead of a motorboat. You know what I mean? The wind just gonna blow us. We just gonna say shh, like this. Now we trying to get a motorboat, trying to plow through them choppy waves. You know how they go like that? That's what we doing now. We hitting choppy waves and going up. And I got my life thing on, but I better strap myself down to the sea because that boat might throw me out. You know, so that's what I'm talking about. That's what this is. So you saw me doing a little work, didn't you? When them two ladies came up here. I was trying to work. Because, see, I thought that I'd be able to actually go out of here with them and talk to them and work. But things changed when this bill kicked on. Because I'm so unfortunate for this particular bill to be on here. You know, really the wise thing to do about this bill, especially under the circumstances, and I won't go any further than that, but especially under the circumstances, is to carry the bill over to the call of the chair. And, you know, and then when he gets situated, he can feel like doing it, just come back and do the bill. You know, that's my personal thinking. I mean, he always can have it called back up. at least you might get a little work done on some of these other ones, you know, and then if this bogs us down and you come back, well, that's a different story. But I think that's the most reasonable and logical thing to do, because, you know, it's that eliminate the necessary for those bills not to be considered. You know, unless somebody tell me, and I'm not putting you on the spot, but that's when I say that, but let somebody tell me that that they've kind of got excited, you know, and they want to stay to midnight, you know, then I mean, I that's okay too. But if that ain't their goal, then we need to, you know, carry it over, call a chair, and then let's move on and get this other stuff done. And then most likely, based on what happened, it could very well be Tuesday, I guess, when he feels like coming in place, or whatever he's need to do. I just guesstimate. It could be today, but I would think that it'd be Tuesday when he would come back, and then go say, I'd call a chair bring it up, and, you know, we'll Zoom whatever movement or whatever is going to take place. But otherwise, you know, we're here working, but at every moment when that clock moves, it makes it a little more difficult to get through with everything that's there, unless for some reason that some kind of miracle happen. And I believe in miracles. Some folk don't, but I do. You know, I believe in miracles. Sometimes it's a miracle, but the reason why we here.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, it's a miracle. And sometimes it is, you know. But, so I don't know. You know, I think this is sub. No, is this, I think this is the little sub right here. Yeah, this is sub right here. You know the difference. I mean, I know you know, you helping, you know, because of circumstances. But do you have a little sheet over there that says the differences, like in the sub versus the bill itself?
I don't have and I don't have my red line that I got from the meeting. Just as a little bit of a background, I didn't, you know, I'd never read the bill till we met a couple of weeks ago. I think from today, the Thursday afternoon. There were, if I had the original bill, I could probably tell you what's come out of it, but there were some clarifications about the Attorney General, that because they did not want private causes of action.
They did not want private causes?
They did not want private causes of action. There was some specific language, Senator, that there was a subdivision in there, maybe E. I think it was the last one under the list. Let's see how many we've got. Must have been F. That was deleted from the original.
F what now, what'd you say?
If you look on, let's see, it would be in section 2, paren 2, F of the original bill.
Oh, the original bill.
Of the original bill. And I do not have the original bill. I only have the sub. But that was taken out. They felt like that would kind of open up Pandora's box. And I say they being the business community, because the language there, that dealt with, I'm trying to remember what it was, but I did see their concerns there, and that's one of the reasons we conceded that point. And it's not my bill, and I told him when I was in there, I said, y'all, I'm sitting here acting like I'm the lawyer in a business transaction. I said, it's his bill, but I'm doing all the talking. And but you know, surprise, surprise, me doing the talking, right?
What page? You didn't know you were being prepped for such a time like this, because you had no idea to know what was happening. But see, what I just tell you earlier, the Lord, he must have known. I mean, I'm sure he did know. And so you were being prepped for this moment, unbeknownst that what might or what actually took place. What page you said? I got the original bill here now.
It would be probably on page 4. I'm looking, so E is at the bottom of page 3 on the sub. So if you look, it'd be right before the definition of governmental entity in section 3.
Does business with a company described by paragraph A through E?
Right, okay, so in that incident, let's say I'm a lawyer, okay, there we go. And my law firm represents some entity, okay, does business with a company that does not want to do, anything to do with firearms, okay? And therefore, just because I did business with them, all right, that I could be excluded from doing business with the state of Alabama. And they felt like that was too broad, and I agree with them. There could be, let's say Microsoft fell into one of these, under this bill, a discriminatory category, okay? My whole office operates on Microsoft. And so, I could be excluded because I did business with Microsoft, just way too broad.
Yeah.
That was one of the avenues we agreed, to
What did you change to do? I mean, I got the sub, but
we just deleted it.
So you deleted all of these E, F, and all of that?
No, we deleted F, not E. I think E is still in there.
Oh. Let me see, because I hadn't really looked at them like this. Engage in exploration, fossil fuel. Does any of the following: engage in facilities, support manufacturing, import, distribute, advertising, lawful use of. What does these mean? I know about the abortion part, what that mean, but what does this mean?
Which one?
Well, number one, you see what I mean? It said number one it said economic boycott without an ordinary business purposes, refuse to deal with, terminating business activity with, or otherwise taking any commercial action that's intended to penalize, inflict economic harm on, limit commercial relationships with, or change or limit the activities of a company because the company, without violating controlling law, does any of the following. What does that mean?
We're talking about in section 2 under economic.
In section 2.
So
what can you know what I mean? If you can just, it's let me put it this way. I haven't not read and comprehend the part prior to that, which probably would open up my thought pattern a little more. What is this saying? Is this saying that if you do any of these things, like A through E, or whatever the alphabet is, are we saying then that you can't do, if you do these, you can't do business with the state?
Can't do business with the state unless you fit within one of the exceptions.
What are the exceptions?
The exceptions are, we amended them a little bit, and that's one of the things we actually worked on when we met. And there were some people, I won't name who, but there were people that felt like, if you will, that we conceded too much there. And, I felt like it was, where are the exceptions?
I'm on page 3 now.
Senator Singleton amended them earlier today.
What did his amendment do?
The amendment was coming from the administration to expand on the exceptions that are there. Okay, Senator, if you look at the substitute on line 110. Okay. If you look at the bottom of page 4 on line 110, that the subsection B does not apply to a contract related to the issuance, incurrence, or management of debt obligations. I'm going to stop right there. This was intended originally to carve out bonds because that's such a small world there. And if we didn't want to shoot ourselves in the head on that kind of financing, because there's not a lot of options there. There might be a lot of banks that we can bank with, but that was the intention. And then we broadened that a little bit, dealing with the investment of funds, issuance of insurance. Senator Singleton brought an amendment that expanded that a little bit. Again, that may be opening the barn door a little too much, but we felt like that was a reasonable thing to deal with. And so that's what that's about.
Look, quickly, let me just say this right quick. I like the way you said that. That must have been a very serious thing, because you said we didn't. Most folks, they said we did it because we didn't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. You said we did it because we didn't want to shoot ourselves in the head. I said, now that's a real serious shot. So I think y'all came to the conclusion that that was a serious shot. Now I want to say this as a comment. What you just said there expressed what I said. When you said, what did you say? You said, after we did so-and-so, so when you were talking about that, we decided we didn't want to shoot ourselves in the head. It'd been nice just push the little button on the computer. Just push the button. Send us a little copy of what you're saying so we can see it. I ain't talking to you personally, but send us a copy. How much work would that have been? Bringing one of them secretaries up there on a laptop, the wireless printing, type it in there. These are the changes we have made. How hard that is? I mean, that ain't hard. You know, this body don't supposed to be segregated, and we are not. So why we segregate ourselves to do the work until we get out here on the floor? Don't answer. I'm not putting you on the spot to answer no questions. I'm just making a statement. Why we do that? Why? Okay. Now I tell you what I'm gonna do. You ever heard this phrase? You know, we done got just about all the milk we can out the cow. Got all we out. We done milked the cow dry. Ain't nothing hitting the bucket. You know how them bucket when it say ping, ping. You know, and see, how many folks ain't milk no cow? They don't even know what we talking about. You milk that cow and that milk come out and say, in the bucket. You know how you got a little pretty silver bucket? It be coming, but when it dry, you don't hear no sound. I don't hear no sound no more. Okay, so with that in mind, now I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna pre-say this because I won't shock nobody. Okay, I won't shock nobody. I'm gonna turn this thing back over to you to do as you please. Okay, but when you get through, I'm gonna ask for it to be read. So I don't, you know me, I ain't trying to play no game, but it's time. I think we done milked the cow dry. Now, I got plenty, what they call that, energy drinks, Red Bull. I got my little Red Bull. So I got
Red Bull Light there. That Red Bull Light.
Yeah, that's right, Red Bull Light. I got plenty of it now to get energy. So I'm not stopping because I'm, like tired or something. But I also know that we've milked this cow as much milk we gonna get out the cow. So with that in mind, I'm gonna yield the mic and the process until I get to where I request to be read. I'm yielding this process back to Senator from Madison, Mr. Chairman. I got a friendly chair up there, my man from Jefferson County. That's what I'm talking about. Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna yield it back to the Senator from Madison.
This time I would move for passage as amended on the long roll, and I understand that Senator Smitherman will want the bill read at length.
I do. I'd like to be recognized to have it read.
Clerk, read the bill.
Be it enacted by the legislature of Alabama, Section 1. As used in this act, the following terms have the following meanings. 1. Company. a for-profit entity, organization, association, corporation, partnership, joint venture, limited partnership, limited liability partnership, or limited liability company. The term does not include sole proprietorships. 2. Economic boycott. Without an ordinary business purpose, refusing to deal with, terminating business activities with, or otherwise taking any commercial action that is intended to penalize or inflict economic harm on a company solely because the company, without violating controlling law or regulation, does any of the following. A. Engages in the exploration, production, utilization, transportation, sale, or manufacturing of fossil fuel-based energy, timber, mining, or agriculture. B. Engages in, facilitates, or supports the manufacture, import, distribution, marketing, or advertising, sale, or lawful use of firearms, ammunition, or component parts and accessories of firearms or ammunition. C. Does not meet, is not expected to meet, or does not commit to meet environmental standards or disclosure criteria, in particular to eliminate, reduce, offset, or disclose greenhouse gas emissions. D. Does not meet, is not expected to meet, or does not commit to meet corporate employment or board composition, compensation, or disclosure criteria. E. Does not facilitate, is not expected to facilitate, or does not commit to facilitate access to abortion or sex or gender change surgery, medications, treatment, or therapies. 3. Governmental entity. A state agency, department, regulatory body, board, bureau, or commission, or any county, municipality, incorporated or unincorporated local government, or other political subdivision of the state. 4. Ordinary business purpose. Includes a purpose that is related to business operations and excludes a purpose that is solely related to furthering social, political, or ideological interests. Section 2. This section applies only to a contract that meets both of the following. 1. Is between a governmental entity and a company with 10 or more full-time employees. 2. Will pay or may pay a company at least $15,000 over the term of the contract wholly or partly from public funds of the governmental entity, provided, however, the subdivision shall apply separately to all companies in a multiple-party contract. B. Except as provided by subsection C, a governmental entity may not enter into a contract with a company for goods or services unless the contract contains a written verification from the company that the company, without violating controlling law or regulation, does not and will not, during the term of the contract, engage in economic boycotts. C. Subsection B does not apply to a contract related to the issuance, incurrence, or management of debt obligations, to the deposit, custody, management, borrowing, or investment of funds, or to the procurement of insurance or other financial products, or a contract that would prevent the governmental entity from obtaining the supplies or services to be provided in an economically practicable manner. D. If a governmental entity is unable to comply with this section without significantly increasing costs or limiting the quality of options or services available, or both, the governmental entity may waive the requirements upon a finding posted on the governmental entity's publicly available website that 1. The governmental entity has made reasonable and good faith efforts to obtain services meeting the requirements of this section and has included the requirements in the governmental entity's minimum selection criteria. 2. Based on objective information available to the governmental entity, the cost appears significantly higher than the services available to similarly oriented governmental entities not subject to similar requirements, or the quality of services or options appears significantly lower than the quality of services available to similarly oriented governmental entities not subject to similar requirements, or both. 3. The governmental entity determines that a waiver is clearly in the best interest of the public. Section 3. No party may take action to penalize or threaten to penalize any governmental entity, company, or business for compliance with Section 2. B. Any party violating a commitment made under subsection B of Section 2, or otherwise violating subsection A of this section shall have caused harm to the governmental entity, including by interfering with the governmental entity's sovereign interest in administering its programs and with the governmental entity's commercial relationships. Section 4. No company in this state shall be required by a governmental entity to engage in economic boycotts, to establish or implement policies, procedures, guidelines, rules, reports, products, services, notices, disclosures, or rates, or pricing, to provide or submit answers to surveys or other information requests or disclosures, to invest in or divest of certain securities, stocks, bonds, bills, partnerships, or other investment arrangements, or to initiate other corporate or business practices that further social, political, or ideological interests including, but not limited to, economic boycott criteria, or other similarly oriented rating. B. No company in this state shall be penalized, have economic harm inflicted on it, have commercial relations limited, or have the activities of the company changed or limited by a governmental entity because the company will not engage in economic boycotts, will not establish or implement policies, procedures, guidelines, rules, reports, products, services, notices, disclosures, or rates, or pricing, will not provide or submit answers to surveys or other information requests or disclosures, will not invest in or divest of certain securities, stocks, bonds, bills, partnerships, or other investment arrangements, or will not initiate other corporate or business practices that further social, political, or ideological interests including, but not limited to, economic boycott criteria, or other similarly oriented rating. Section 5. The Attorney General shall seek to prohibit the adoption of federal laws, rules, regulations, bulletins, executive orders, or other federal actions that may penalize, inflict economic harm on, limit commercial relations with, or change, or limit the activities of a company in the state or a resident of the state based on the furtherance of economic boycott criteria, or other similarly oriented rating. Section 6. If any provision of this act or its application to any person or circumstances is held invalid, then the invalidity does not affect other provisions or applications of this act, which can be given effect without the invalid provision or application, and to this end the provisions of this act are severable. Section 7. This act may be enforced only by the Attorney General. If the Attorney General declines to enforce a violation of Section 4, a company can bring a civil action against the governmental entity to seek injunctive relief only. B. If the Attorney General has reasonable cause to believe that a person has engaged in or is engaging in a violation of this act, he or she may investigate according to the investigative authority provided in Section 8-19-9, Code of Alabama 1975. C. The Attorney General may use all remedies available at law or in equity to enforce this act. Section 8. This act shall become effective on the first day of the third month following its passage and approval by the governor or its otherwise becoming law, and shall apply only to contracts entered into on or after October 1st, 2023.
The bill's been read. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sheldat. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 8 nays. Senate Bill 261 passes as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope I didn't rankle anybody from me being up here so long, but thank you, everyone.
All right, could you say that again?
Want me to?
All right. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill 379 by Representative Stadhagen relating to real estate acquisition. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me, and I don't want to interrupt the senator. Just, ladies and gentlemen of the body, you all, many of you are aware that we had, it was mentioned earlier by the senator at this microphone, we've had some unfortunate things happen today. We heard of one of them earlier from Senator Orr. We took a moment of silence to be in prayer for that gentleman. We understand that there's been another very close friend of one of our beloved members that was actually here speaking to senators and House members this morning as a pastor, and then on his way returning back to Birmingham was killed in a car accident. And so we just want to, the gentleman is Dr. Reeder, who is the senior pastor at Briarwood Presbyterian Church. And so we wanted to have a moment of silence, Mr. President, in regards to that family and that church body and our colleague who is a very close personal friend to that gentleman.
All right, if y'all could join us in a moment of silence, please. Amen. Thank you, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, now we're on House Bill 379, Senator Sessions.
Yes, sir. As I got up and talked earlier, there will be a substitute for this. So at this time, I would like to ask for the BIR with the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$25 ayes, 6 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill number 379 by Representative Stadhagen relating to real estate acquisition. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Sessions.
I have a committee substitute that we'd like to adopt. Do we want to adopt it using previous rule? I have an amendment for the committee substitute, or Senator? Okay, I'd make a motion to adopt substitute on previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Straw Britton. Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The committee substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me, before we offer the amendment, let me just give a short explanation. The original bill that come out of House was very narrow in scope, and my intent the entire time was to protect our agricultural land and our natural resources. We also wanted to protect land around our military facilities and critical infrastructure. But basically what this substitute does, it changes it from being China-oriented to being foreign countries of concern, basically the governments or government entities of those foreign countries of concern. And that's basically what this substitute does. There was some other language in it that was a little concerning. ADO has worked with us, the Department of Commerce worked with us. Several of the universities had some issues with a little bit of the language in it, and I think the amendment that my colleague has will take care of those concerns, and I will yield to Senator Singleton.
Yes, Mr. President. Might be recognized.
Sorry, you're recognized.
Before I offer the amendment, I just want to kind of go through some things so we can get some clarity, okay? As you said that this bill was narrowly focused towards China. Is it correct now that while we dealt with individuals owning property, is that any longer in the bill?
Individuals would not be. Not with the amendment, with the amendment.
Right, I'm just, exactly.
Okay.
Well, with the substitute, right?
The substitute did still mention individuals, but it was individuals that would have been on a foreign, the list of.
On the list, right.
The list of the.
With this amendment and well, let me go on and get the amendment on, then we can talk about what we want to talk about. Give me a pen. My opinion, the one you sign them checks with. Here you go.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to the substitute for House Bill 379 is engrossed by Senator Singleton. Replace lines 30 through 31 on page 2 with the following: prohibit certain governments or governmental entities. Replace lines 68 through 81 on page 3 with the following: a country or government identified on any.
Fits.
We're good.
Mr. President, this is the amendment that we were just talking about that protects the companies that we have in the state, like GE in Northern Huntsville. We have Golden Dragon down in Wilcox, and I think we have one in the Mobile area.
Continental
that was purchased by a China subsidiary company. And those companies with this amendment will still be able to stay in this country and be able to purchase land to be able to expand their footprint if necessary.
Yes, sir, they can expand.
This will also protect students who are at universities. We're not putting them out of the country. We're not dealing with
doctors that are
doctors and lawyers, other professions that live here that may be of China descent, as we started out.
Exactly.
They can own property and without having to give up any of their property.
Right.
With this, they will be able to, whether it's residents or non-residents, could own that property. And we know that some people have been coming to this country because we're all a big melting pot. We're all a big melting pot. All of us are from somewhere.
Right.
All of us are from somewhere. And so I want to applaud you for narrowing this back down to the point to where it didn't catch this wide net to be specific towards any one nationality, which this bill started out as. And so, and I'm asking these questions because I know we got some people who may be listening with some concerns and they don't know what the substitute had in it.
That's right.
And they want to be sure because the word is still out that individuals are still in there.
They were
Stop
very
them from being able to
concerned.
own property.
And Senator, there was another small portion of that amendment that deleted some lines in it, and that was because it pertained to individuals, and it took that out.
Yes, we took those, exactly. It took that out that dealt with individuals. So if I am a person from China who has come to the United States of America, who are teaching at the University of Alabama, as we heard people testify yesterday, or Troy, AUM, Auburn, I can own a home in the United States.
Yes.
I can be able to purchase property in the United States outside just if I want some land.
Sure.
Okay? And those are some of the things that was unclear, that was the fear factor for some of these people.
They're still fearful. I'm sure you're still getting calls in your office just like I am.
I am. And that's why I want to stand here today and take our time and kind of clarify some of that. To make sure that we could kind of ease, because a lot of these people have not read the substitute as you and I have.
Right, they have. And I appreciate your work with me on this, and it's very important, you know, that we get this right. And
I know it was, gentlemen, I know it was never your intent to do anything to harm anyone, any race, any nationality. You took the bill coming from a House bill and made it better. And I want to say to the House sponsor, I appreciate the House sponsor for the willingness to accept the changes that we are making. Now, this bill still got to go back to the House for them to concur or non-concur, or it may even come back to conference.
yes, sir. I certainly hope they concur.
I hope they will concur also. From what I heard the sponsor say just yesterday, he accepted all of this as a friendly amendment.
And certainly my intent the whole time, and Senator Singleton, you and I know one another well. You know I farm for a living, and my intent is to protect our agriculture, natural resources. Food to me is a part of national security, and I feel like we need to protect those fertile fields that are producing food for our citizens. And so that is my major intent here, and I think you know that, and I appreciate your work on this. And like I said, we don't want to single out any one particular person. We want the good people coming here. We have labor issues in this state. We need immigrants that are here willing to work, that are here legally. We want them here legally. You know, if they have their visas here, we don't want to punish them. We want them to feel welcome and be productive citizens that they are. You know?
Correct.
So.
And in this bill now, it doesn't just really deal with any specific countries outside of those that are on that federal list. I want to be sure that we in the state of Alabama are not making up our own list.
No, we're not making up our own. I want to be clear. All those few that are mentioned are on that list.
Because
there are several others, they're adversaries. They are not our friends.
Okay. And so we have, because I think that is out there. And the other thing is that from perception-wise, people just don't want to be harassed because they may say they're from a country and we're talking about this as narrow as it may be.
Yes.
And again, I'm just taking my time with this. I want to be clear about what we are and what we did with the substitute, that we've taken all of that out, that dealt with individuals, ownership of property and all of that for those people of China that was mentioned. All of that is out of this bill. And this amendment, again, protected those companies that we already hear, students in our university, professors, and everybody else who come to the state work. those people who were born in this country are United States citizens, so they had no fear of this anyway.
That's right.
They could own property, but even with that, some of them had the fear.
They did.
Okay? So I just want to make sure that they understand that if you were born citizen of the United States, you're no different than any other United States born citizen. You have all rights to reserve that everyone else has as a born United States citizen.
Senator, we were all immigrants to this country.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Here I am. I agree with you.
Yeah.
And that's why I say this is a big melting pot.
It is.
And and the bill started out down the wrong path trying to identify someone because they came to this melting pot. Because some of the people have lived here way much longer than they've ever lived in China.
Exactly.
And some of them have lived here much longer and worked and still working on a visa or a green card because citizenship is not just that easy to get.
Right.
We don't just throw out our citizenship like a deck of cards.
That's right. We don't.
And there are things that you have to go through to get that to earn that citizenship. And in the meantime, while you're there may be some things that come up where countries may go on that list who probably wasn't on that list when you came here, and incidents in the world happen and things, you may go on that list. And so I just want to make sure to give some level of comfort. I know we can't give everybody 100% level of comfort.
Right. When something gets in the media, all of a sudden it becomes reality when it's far from it.
That perception does become a reality.
I appreciate you taking the time up here, and I'm in no hurry either. We need to make it clear that we are not targeting any individual that's here legally. Only people we're targeting are these government and government entities that are adversaries of the United States.
Yes. Because we have seen where governments have come in and bought property and probably now on that list, but they own property in the United States. A lot of our ports are owned by foreign countries today. We get a lot of products out of countries like China.
We do.
Every day, shipping in and out. So even with that, we want to make sure that those people who have come and not associated with the CCP over there, that they feel comfortable in this country and not have to feel like they are some foreign alien that's walking around and everybody's looking at them like they're crazy.
That's right. Hopefully this final version takes care of their...
I'm sorry, I can't hardly hear you.
I think the final version, when we get the amendments in, this final version will take care of all those fears.
This engrossed version will take care of all of that. And so I just want to make sure that we got that out and that we are very clear about what we did with the intent of how we went through this process. And again, I want to thank you for holding that public hearing and hearing what people had to say, because the concerns that they brought to us could have been some realities if that bill had stayed the way it was.
Yes.
And there were some real things that could have happened to people, because we could have lost professors in our colleges.
Sure.
We could have lost doctors at our hospitals. I had a surgeon who came by and said he'd been practicing at Jackson Hospital for almost 30 years. Yep. And he was afraid that he may have to pack up and go somewhere else if the bill stayed the way it was.
Yes.
And so that's what led me to come to you and ask for that public hearing, because I too wanted to hear what was going on with it, because I wanted to make sure that we were doing the right thing and making sure that we weren't discriminating against our people who had nothing to do with their government anymore. And so with that, and I appreciate—
Long roll on the amendment.
Huh?
You will want a long roll on the amendment.
I will want a long roll on it, yes.
But take your time, whenever you're ready, sir.
And so, I don't know, I thought some of my people wanted to talk and state what they feel about this bill, and I want to give them that minute to do though. We're not here to filibuster this, because we'll work this out, and we just want to talk on it and let people get their feelings or what they think about it and ask their questions so that they can get the clarity that they need for this. Because I'm going to tell you something. I got a call out of my district I didn't know I had as many citizens, residents and or non-residents of the state that came from China that in my district. And so I did a Zoom call with them. And they were talking about bringing about 80 or 90 people down. And I said, let's slow up and let's get some understanding where we're going before you just run down here. Okay, let me go talk to the sponsor. Let me see, can I get us a public hearing where you can be heard and everybody else can understand. And I did a Zoom call with them and they shared their concerns with me. And as I shared with them, as a black man in this country, I understand what it feels like to be discriminated against. I know where people to go to fight for their rights, because my people went through a civil rights movement just to have inalienable rights, even though we were born in this country. And so I sympathize with them. That's why I was willing to come to you. You are my friend. I consider you as a friend. And you're not just David Sessions, the senator to me. You and I interact. We interact together. We stay at the same hotel. We eat together. We talk, and and I think that I call you a friend, and I mean that sincerely from my heart. So therefore, I knew I could come to you and approach you, and that you would understand what I felt.
I think that goes both ways, and I rely on you for your wisdom and experience up here also, Senator. I hope you realize
you messing up, boy.
I kind of want to be like you someday.
Oh my God, you better be like Mike. But I appreciate that. I accept that, with all sincerity and humility. I really do. And that's why I told them just to settle down, because the sponsor, I can talk to him. And I think that if something that can be worked out, we'll get there. And I think we can reasonably get there without being punitive to anybody. And you did that. And I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank the business community who got involved to protect the interests, who came up with the amendment that I offered to make sure that everybody was taken care of, because that is a workforce, as you said. These people coming in here, they're teaching STEM in our schools. They're chemistry major teachers, professors, and all. Mathematics professors, And so we have to welcome that and be happy that we have that knowledge base in our country. And so I just want to thank you again, and I want to yield to the gentle lady from Jefferson for any questions that she may have, Mr. President, before we move on with this bill.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the recognition. I want to talk just a little bit about unintended consequences. And this is on the original version of the bill. So for, the years I get downstairs, Representative Tashina Morris would always say to me, I get so tired of you talking about how we used to do it, what used to happen. But I think that it's important for us to know the mistakes that we've made as a body, so we try not to do those same mistakes again. So we've had quite a few pieces of legislation over the past 10 years that had unintended consequences. And one of the unintended consequences in the original version of this bill could have happened to the existing industry that we have in the state of Alabama. And of course, from the area that you're from, the $75 million expansion of a business would have been detrimental to us if we had lost the opportunity to have that level of economics ingested into our economy here. Devastating, unintended consequences. But on Monday, not Tuesday. On Monday, I was getting ready to leave my law firm. And I was sitting in the car actually making a telephone call, and there were two Asian American men that were just walking around the building. So I'm in where I'm at. My office is in an incubator because I'm a baby lawyer. I haven't been practicing long, went back to law school late in life. And so I'm allowed to be in this incubator if you have a business that's less than 5 years old. So there are lots of different types of businesses in it. So I didn't know who they were looking for. I kept kept looking at them walking around. So I got out and asked them what they were looking for. They said, we're looking for Suite 101. And I tried to tell them where that was. And then they said my name. So we're looking for a Coleman. I said, well, that's Suite 103. And I am she. And so I walked them on back into my office just to kind of find out, what was going on, because they looked in distress. And what I found out was that they actually walked to my office from their place of business. Their place of business is Alabama Marble, Bessemer, Alabama. And they are both Chinese Americans that have lived in this state for a long time. And they wanted to talk to me about House Bill 379. And when I'm listening to them, some of the things that they told me about their business. Number one, that they're the only 2 Chinese Americans that actually work at the facility. Everybody else are local people to Senate District 19, the district that I represent. That they had 50 employees between their Bessemer facility and also their Sylacauga facility. And that they're also the only facility in the state of Alabama that processes Alabama white marble. The same white marble that we have in the Capitol and the State House. And as we were talking, they say, if we're kind of pushed out or we don't have the ability to expand our business, where do you get your Alabama white from? In addition to that they are the largest natural stone factory in the United States of America. But and right here in the state of Alabama, right here. But this type of legislation made them feel unwelcomed in the state that they call home. And so I asked them, I said, how did you find out about this bill? Where did you get the information from? And I was told that, of course, through the Chinese American community in the state of Alabama, emails are just being sent to everybody. Folks, everybody knew about this legislation. And, and as I was listening at talking to these Americans, because that's who they are. They're Americans.
Exactly.
And as I was sitting there talking to them about how this would impact them, no longer, remember the original version of the bill, being able to purchase a home if, their family was expanding, unintended consequences.
Exactly.
Unintended consequences. While somebody is trying to make a political statement, that original version of the bill could detrimentally impact Alabamians. These are our brothers and sisters who live amongst us, not only live amongst us, play a valuable role in our state and in our economy. And so I am thankful that someone had the foresight to finally get all the powers to be together and come up with a version that is not as harsh as it was. So I just hope moving forward that we think about, my new friends now at Alabama Marble. I got 2 new friends, and they wanted to talk with me about how they want to partner with me in the district now to be better community partners. What can we do to help? What can we do to let folks know that we're here and we're not scary? We're just regular people like anybody else. So I'm hoping that in legislation moving forward that we think about people, not just politics. Something else that they do is they provide the headstones for our fallen soldiers that go to our military cemeteries. They provide those. Unintended consequences in that original version of the bill. So again, I'm just glad that we've done something to make it not as bad as it could have been, so these folks cannot feel as if they don't belong, because they do.
Sure they do.
They belong here in the state of Alabama. And so I just wanted to tell their story so we can humanize folks. So sometimes when we're developing legislation, people are not thinking about the human impact. And I just hope moving forward, we continue to think about the human impact, that the public policy that is developed here and passed, how it impacts folks in real life and in living color. I don't know, David, what year did you come? Because we served in the House, you came in
2011.
2011. I am trying to remember. There was someone, and it's one of my really good friends, though, Jack Williams, not the Jack Williams, Senator Jack Williams, but former House member Jack Williams, had a piece of legislation that was almost like third world country to me, and we were good friends, but I would battle that. Well, I would say we would battle it out. He'd probably just let me fuss about stuff. But what his bill, the premise of the bill was to require all of us to have ID on us at all times. And if you didn't have the ID on you, you could risk being locked up for 48 hours because you didn't have your ID on you you didn't have your papers with you at the time. You know, you risk that. And so I told him that day, I said, so my kids were really small at the time. So I was a, single mom, the same struggles as everybody else, trying to get kids up in the morning time, get them to school on time. And then when I still had the one that I had to pack the diaper bag and all of that, the very last thing that I might have thought about some days was my actual purse that had my ID in it. Long as I got the baby bag and I have lunch boxes and I got some keys so I can get them there to school. And I asked him that day, I said, so what happens if someone like me, who is just trying to get the kids to school on time, ends up getting pulled over, I don't have any ID on me, and I have to be locked up for 48 hours, and then what happens to my children? And so thankfully, those types of stories, humanize these pieces of legislation. So I hope we continue to tell the stories and think about people as we develop this legislation. And with that, Mr. President, I will yield this time over to Senator Smitherman.
All right, thanks, Senator Coleman. Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I want to make a compliment to you. I think that you did a good job of eliminating many of the consequences that the airplane wings cause.
Exactly.
I do. I think you did that. I want to commend you on that.
Thank you.
I think that it puts us right in line with the security measures that our country has in place, and I think that can't be successfully challenged. What you did whatsoever.
Yeah, we're only
you're on the track.
We're only following federal list here.
You right on cue with. I'm not
constitutional lawyer.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's constitutional.
Oh yeah, this here stand up right here. This is stand up, regardless of what people think about it or not, whatever. I'm just telling you, in my opinion, you stand on solid ground, with this. And I do want to say that you have exhibited what you heard me say up here earlier about how it's so important to have that inter-engagement among us as it relates to what we are trying to do here. See, I know, I know that you didn't just start cooperating with the senator, you and him discussing the aspect of, how you can accomplish what you're trying to do and how to stay within the parameters of being constitutional. I'm not saying y'all use the word constitution, but that was the approach. And that's why I want to commend you on that. And hopefully the example that you have set will be an example for many of us in here to be able to move forward as we handle different pieces, and especially things that may have a situation where it may have somewhat of a different of opinion. In spite of some things I may have said and felt about the previous bill, I want to say that this was one of those models that not many legislatures in the country, I think, have followed or do follow when it comes to issues that could be so seriously divisive, you know, and yet by communicating, and I had somebody come up here that was talking to me saying, the key is that we got to talk. And then I'm looking around, where is he? If I see him in here, I don't think I see him in here. But one of our colleagues, that was the thing that he was saying, he's not in here now. I don't mind mentioning him to you. I was talking about the Judas chair. You know, he mentioned to me earlier morning, he said, it's important that we continue to talk and communicate with each other and to come behind. And I said this as a compliment to everybody in here, really. And in this case here, we are talking probably a little more on our side, I would make the comment. And if we were dealing with due process, I would probably say it more on your side if we were doing this. But the willing to come behind a piece of legislation where there is obvious a lot of different opinions, and to ultimately come to some point where that legislation is moved, and then come back on the next piece of legislation and have a willingness and openness to discuss and to talk and to move in a direction to get to where we are now. That's an art. Take my word, that's an art. That just don't happen without the people being willing to do what we've been willing to do in here at this moment with this. So that's why I compliment you.
Thank you.
Because it takes a lot of leadership, and in this particular situation, as we deal with this bill, you being the one that's working this bill and you being the one that getting to this point is why I'm bestowing this on you. You know, because not that I expected anything different, but you know, at the same time, and I said this in a very, very serious, this statement, not that the other ones wasn't, but a very serious way. Today was an example of we've had two events that happened today, unfortunate. And it tells us that you have to cherish every moment.
Exactly.
You have to cherish every moment we are with each other. And so that's why I feel compelled to, you know, make sure you get your flowers right now.
Thank you.
Not talk about it when I go up the road and come back and say, you know, you should get the flowers. Just as equally as we may say, and I'm not talking about you personally, but I'm just saying in general, that we may say something that we may or may not feel positive about something we're doing. We should even more equally be willing to compliment someone when they are doing something that moving us. Not that they didn't feel we're moving in the right direction, but we collectively feel that it does. So I want to commend you. You've done a lot for, you may or may not think of it in this way, but you've done a lot to continue or enhance relationships among a varied group of people. You know, in terms of all of us being in what's called a democracy. And in a democracy, you have everybody in here. In this baby, you got everybody. And in closing, I want to say this to you. I know that many people can talk about the variety of people, you know, a certain group of people that may be of a diverse nature that they have in their districts. But I can assure everybody in here that there's no district in the state of Alabama that's more diverse than Senate District 18. I have the majority of the Greek community. I have the majority of the Jewish community. I have a sizable, not necessarily the majority in the state, but a sizable member of the Latino community. I have a excessive amount of the Asian community. And I have several other communities. And when I say this, I'm talking about I got voting precincts that if it's 5,000 people in that box, I got 3,000 in that one box. There may be a one ethnicity. So, and people say, well, what you talking about? I got this Samaritan. Just remember, everybody, I got UAB. I got every doctor that comes in here out the country.
You may have heard from some of them on this
I did.
piece of legislation.
I did.
Yeah.
I got everybody. I ain't even talking about students. I'm talking about professionals. So I got all these varied people. And so when you hear me say this, I'll compliment you on this. That's because I know what that means to the unity of people who contribute to our state's well-being. And I think that what you did brought us more to put us in line, not only this, but in line as it relates to our security. Because what you set out, that we're going to protect this state, and we're going to protect, of course, we're going to protect the country, but we're going to make sure that everybody is, who is supposed to be will be, and who is not supposed to be won't be.
You know, it makes sense if the federal government's not going to allow us to do business with them, we wouldn't want them buying our property.
Not at all. We don't even we don't want to put ourselves and our people in a position to even be at arm's ways with the federal government, because they know stuff that we only can imagine. And so sometimes we have to rely on them and that expertise. You know, and so I want to compliment you on that. And with that, I'm going to turn this back over to you, and you can move whatever you so choose to do.
Yeah.
Hey, man, wait a minute. We want to adopt the amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to adopt amendment in long roll.
Yes, long roll.
Long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
On the amendment.
Mr. Albritton.
Vote aye, please.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions.
Aye.
Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Singleton amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Sessions.
If there's no other discussion, I would like to move for passage as amended using previous roll without objection.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
Twenty-six ayes, 7 nays. House Bill 379 passes amended and substitute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Sessions.
Good job.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 309 by Senator Chambliss relating to public contracts. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection?
No.
Yes. What, any object? Y'all want the long roll? All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot,
What did Bill do?
Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
All right, 32 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill 309 by Senator Chambliss relating to contracts. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee amendment using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
32 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move, was there just one committee amendment? Two. Move adoption of the second committee amendment.
All right, using previous roll.
Using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
32 ayes, no nays.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The second committee amendment's adopted. Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 309 passes. Thanks, Senator Chambliss. Secretary, call next bill in the calendar.
On page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 157 by Senator Elliott relating to parole and probation violations. BIR pending.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move we adopt the BIR using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 157 by Senator Elliott, relating to parole and probation violations.
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill deals with local law enforcement, our police officers and our sheriff's deputies being able to arrest someone if they find them that they are in violation of their probation or parole. We had some spirited conversation in judiciary about this bill a while back, and we certainly made the commitment to not move forward or bring it forward until we had some consensus on a few things. So I have a couple of amendments I'd like to offer to get us in that point.
All right. All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 157 by Senator Elliott. Replace lines 18 through 21 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 77 on page 3 with the following. Replace lines 79 through 80 on page 3 with the following. Replace lines 169 through 170 on page 7 with the following.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield to my colleague for a question or comment.
All right, Senator Smotherman.
Mr. President, I have a procedural question. It's a question kind of to him, but it's a procedural question. You see, we just read the amendments. You said the line and following. You said something like, is there not no words after that on there? I mean, dude, is that out of order? I'm not trying to find out because I don't know. I mean, I know, let me tell everybody, I know really what the amendments do because he was right. We've worked on this, and he's done a great job. I'm going to vote for every one of these amendments. I'm going to vote for the bill, and I'm not going to have to say anything else to say. But that's not the first time, so I just want you to know that. It said the line follow.
Yeah.
What if we...
I can answer that. So they're just making sure the amendment fits with the bills and the correct lines. That's what they're doing.
What do I need to do if I want to hear what the amendment said? I mean,
ask for it to be read.
Well,
you can ask for the amendment to be read if you'd like.
Well, I think, or either if the short version, you just want to tell us without me taking them through that, because I'm not trying to do time. I just want to, I know, but I think they don't know exactly what it's saying. So that's all.
All right, Senator Elliott.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. The bill as introduced required that the law enforcement officer have personal knowledge that the parolee had violated or the probationer had violated. My colleague and I thought that needed to be constrained a little bit to make sure that the violation occurred in the presence of the arresting officer. So that personal knowledge got a little bit ambiguous for us. So we tightened it up a little bit. He's actually got to see him doing something he knows he's not supposed to be doing. That's that amendment. Okay. Any further questions? I would move adoption of the amendment used in previous role without objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Elliott amendment is adopted. Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right. Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 157 by Senator Elliott. Replace line 21 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 81 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 175 on page 7 with the following. Replace line 337 on page 13 with the following.
He said he's going to keep making it work balance. Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, sir. Members, this amendment is language requested by our friends at Pardons and Paroles. Basically, what it does is it requires the arresting officer or his or her agency as soon as practicable, but no later than 24 hours after the arrest, notifying the Board of Pardons and Paroles that they've got custody of that person. So that's the amendment, and if there are no questions, I would move adoption of that amendment using the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Elliott Amendment number 2 is adopted. Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, I would move for final passage of SB 157 as amended using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes. 33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 157 passes amended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Elliott. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 266 by Senator Beasley relating to driver licenses. BR pending.
Mr. President, be recognized.
Senator Beasley, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, what this bill does is the guest worker's driver's license. Presently, the driver's license for the guest worker, H-2A or H-2B, is 160 days, and this moves it down to not less than 30 days. This is a benefit to the agriculture community and for any company in Alabama that has workers that work outside. I'd move for passage of the BR and use the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill 266 by Senator Beasley relating to driver's licenses.
All right, Senator Beasley.
Mr. President, I think the colleague across the aisle may have a question.
All right.
No, sir, just a comment. Thank you.
All right, Senator
Thank
Beasley.
you, Senator. I move for final passage of Senate Bill 266 and use the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 266 passes. Thank you, Senator Beasley. Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill 171 by Senator Gavan relating to the state health officer. BR pending.
Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd like to use the BR using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 171 by Senator Gavan relating to the state health officer.
Senator Gavan.
At this moment, we'll table it.
All right.
So at this time, I'd like to move to table the committee substitute.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Committee substitutes tabled. All right.
This time I have another substitute.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute.
Substitute for Senate Bill 171 by Senator Gavan.
So, Mr. I hope I hadn't rankled him yet, but Senator Singleton does have some questions about this. What I would like to do is to go ahead and adopt the substitute, and then after we do that, if the body's willing to carry it over at the call of the chair. So at this time, I'd like to move to adopt the substitute using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Gavanna substitute's adopted.
So at this time, if there's no objection, I move that we carry this over to call of the chair.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right. Senate Bill 171 is carried over, call of the chair.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 254 by Representative Klaus relating to motor fuel taxes. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Shelnut.
move for passage of the BR using previous rule. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 254 by Representative Klaus relating to motor fuel taxes.
State and motor fuel taxes are constitutionally required to be spent on road and bridges, but locally, local taxes are not. And what this bill does is corrects that situation. It grandfathers in any current taxes that are used for bond issues or anything. We actually have a substitute, but I'd like to introduce the substitute, but.
You can introduce it, but I want to talk.
Okay.
I like to talk.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute.
Substitute for House Bill 254 by Senator Shelnut.
Mr. President, I think my colleague has some questions.
Yeah, I have a few questions. My concern, I want everybody to listen at this. My concern from terms of locally is that, and I don't know how Huntsville feel, I don't know how Montgomery feel, I don't know how Mobile feel, but we have a mass transit system in Birmingham. And now we get ready to say that the city of Birmingham cannot use their local money for mass transit. That's what we get ready to say. I'm not trying to mess with the road builders and what they want to do statewide and what they got or anything like this. But this is something they don't have, and now they're moving to take this away from us as the cities. Yeah, so that's not right, y'all. That ain't right that they can lock my city down on their ability for us to run a bus system and have the funds that we have like this. That ain't right. I mean, we have to have mass transit to get our people around. You know, we finna shut our system down. Now, you know, Mobile may not care, Montgomery may not care, and Huntsville may not care. That's your all's prerogative. But I care as it relates to us in the city of Birmingham. So I like, if I could, to get it carried over to, I could get an amendment. You know, if I could do that or something, you know, screw us out. That's all I'm just saying, you know.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Move to carry over HB 254.
You can do it to call the chair.
At the call of the chair.
All right, any objection?
Yeah.
Hearing none, so ordered. Senate HB 254 carried over, call the chair.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
I'm on.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 244 by Senator Chambliss relating to design professionals. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 244 by Senator Chambliss relating to design professionals.
Mr. President, this bill simply requires those that don't have professional liability to disclose that. With that, I don't know if my colleague across the way has any questions or not. With that, I'd move final passage using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 244 passes. Thanks, Senator Chambliss. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 298 by Senator Jones relating to outdoor recreation, BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Jones.
Move adoption of the BR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 298 by Senator Jones relating to outdoor recreation, committee substitute pending.
Mr. President, we're going to move in a second here to table that committee sub. I have a new one, just a couple tweaks, and I've got plenty of copies right here that I'm going to put up. If anybody'd like to read, we're not trying to pull one over on anybody or anything. So at this moment, we're going to move to table the committee substitute.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The tabling motion passes. All right.
All right, I have a substitute.
Okay, Secretary, read and receive the substitute.
Substitute for Senate Bill 298 by Senator Jones.
Mr.
Please
President.
explain the substitute, please, sir.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Be happy to. This substitute has a few tweaks. So we moved in committee to change the grant, the tax credit to a grant. So we're naming the grant fund in here. Also, we are changing some shalls to some mays because some folks wanted it to be a little more permissive instead of a mandate. That is the main thrust of the changes. Also, if you'll look on page 4, we talk about, bottom of page 3. Talks about the appropriations to the legislature, and then we talk about funding, bottom of page 4, line 107, unless otherwise provided by law, any grants from the funds in section 7 utilizing state appropriations are deemed to have the following priority. That's just a rewording right there. So by and large, it's the same product that left committee. We just had a few technical and minor tweaks, changed some shalls to some mays to make it a little more permissive. But the goal is the same. We've got money in the education supplemental right now for a master plan for greenways around the state. Once we have that master plan and it's approved by the Council on Outdoor Recreation, then we'll be able to utilize grant funding for both building the trail system and also grants to property owners who donate their properties. That was one change in committee. That was in the previous sub, still in here, change from tax credit to a grant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I remember in the committee. Let me ask you this question. Does this trail cover the entire state of Alabama?
Yes, so that is important to me. So we have 3 phases. That's not changed from the bill. So the first phase, it basically have a grid, as you call it, a north, south, east, west greenway system, and it has that system, that trail trunk line has to go through at least half of the counties in phase 1, and then in phase 2 we touch all 67. Phase 3, additional local build outs if folks want them, ongoing maintenance and things of that nature. So the whole goal and premise is to have a comprehensive statewide plan touching all 67 counties, because I know you've got rural areas and so do I, and we want to make sure that it eventually extends and does what it needs to do to reach all Alabamians.
And you said you were naming this after someone in this?
No, sir.
Oh, I thought I heard you say that.
We called the fund, we kind of wanted to make sure it was clear. We have an acquisition fund for the properties.
Right.
And then we have a project fund to build.
I got you. Okay. All right, I'm fine.
No other questions this time.
I'm sorry. How does it affect Jefferson County?
Okay.
It's a question, we want to know how does it affect Jefferson County?
So nothing's changed. If Jefferson County wants to participate and they want to get some grant funding to build out recreational greenways there, and they're able to do that. It doesn't force them to do that. They're able to do that.
That's any of the 67 counties?
Any of the 67 counties. That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on the substitute. Anyone else want to speak on the,
I have a question after.
after we adopt the sub? Okay.
Okay, this time I'll move adoption of the substitute using previous role without objection.
Okay, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridge, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Jones substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Jones, now we're on.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've got a couple questions on the bill now. I'll yield to some colleagues to discuss that if they wish, and then we'll make a motion. So, Senator.
All right, Senator Figures.
I really wanted to a point of personal privilege after this vote, Mr. President.
Okay.
For a couple of questions.
Sure.
Senator Barfoot, I believe, had a question or two. I'd like to recognize you to recognize him, Mr. President, if that's all right.
All right. Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this is called the Trails Bill? Is it, let me make sure I understand.
Wheat Trails, Alabama.
Wheat Trails, Alabama.
Calling this.
I think you said this multiple times. It actually, that trail or would go through or flow, or all 67 counties would benefit from that.
That's correct.
And what is the, what's the underlying, I mean, explain to me what that trails is, that economic development, tourism, things that bring folks into that area?
All of the above. So we found that where these trails, these greenways exist, you have economic development come, you have tourism come, you have growth, just quality of life, a lot of alternative transportation options for people. They choose to commute down a greenway to get to work. There are actually federal grants for that alternative transportation. So it's one of those things that rising tide lifts all boats. This would serve to do that, in my opinion.
So economic development is tied to tourism, a lot of money coming in from outside the state, benefits the local communities. Anything that's excluded that wouldn't be a part of this potential project entertainment-wise? Is there anything excluded?
No, so what this is, the bill follows a master plan. So what we have now is we have $850,000 that the Senate passed out of here in a supplemental appropriation to develop a comprehensive master plan through our good friends at Jacksonville State University, the only institution in the state that has a trail science program. They're learning and studying how to do this. So once that master plan is developed, and then the Outdoor Recreation Council will approve that it complies with many of the requirements in this bill. And so part of that includes diversity language. Part of that includes things like looking at economic development, looking at tourism trails, for example, the Civil Rights Trail, the Alabama Wine Trail, the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail.
A whole host of entertainment type, educational.
Trails, general tourist sites, outdoor historical sites, outdoor assets such as state parks and forest lands. They're going to look at all that and say, this is the best route that we can run these in order to, basically what we're doing is physically tying together all of the outdoor assets in the state of Alabama. And we brand the thing Sweet Trails, Alabama. North Carolina is doing this right now with all 100 counties in North Carolina. They're linking them together. And people are like, hey, I want to go there and spend some time and go see North Carolina, bike down a trail and check it out. So it really is a way to showcase the state, much as we've done with other things, such as Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail, for example.
So you use the natural assets that the state has, the rivers. There's one area that, that we talked about, I guess, that you mentioned, and quality of life. And that's certainly true from the military standpoint. We've talked about that on other issues that the BRAC Commission looks at quality of life. And it brings the airmen here or in another, Fort Rucker or Redstone Arsenal, what that quality of life is around. and make sure that, Governor Ainsworth has done a good job on pushing for reciprocity. And I think that's part of the equation also, not just the quality of life that we're talking about here, but the reciprocity that we give to those family members of the airmen and civil servants that come and serve our nation in the great state of Alabama when they're based here. And I think that's an important piece of that puzzle. Because we do value our military and the effects that losing a base might have on the economy of a local area and as the state as a whole. And from that standpoint, we were just recently reminded that there's a potential that we may wind up losing, hope not, it'd be political in nature, but we may wind up losing the Space Force program. So I would think that the Trails program would be beneficial, at least as a quality of life, to show the federal government that we're prepared economically, we're prepared financially, we've got the folks here that we need to have to fully operate any of those bases that we have out there. So I appreciate that. One last question, funding wise, I noticed there was in the supplemental, I think it was education supplemental budget, there was some 15 million or so that was, and I may have it wrong, tourism or trails. Is any of that money, could that be used for this project?
Could potentially be used, Senator. We're looking at possibilities for revenue streams. We've got about a year. This master plan process is going to take about a year. And then after that point, we can start chipping away at the build out and the acquisition and things of that nature. It's going to require a lot of money. I'm just going to be honest. We don't know where all it's going to come from yet, but I want to pave the way, so to speak, have the funds in place, have the plan in place so that we can gradually start working on it. And I'm going to get the exact number wrong, Senator, but I'm going to say it's $1.74. I may be a little off, but it's close to that. For every dollar spent on trail construction, there is an annual return every year of $1.74.
Wow.
Or something like that.
That's the average. Certainly some places would be higher than that. And you would think that in an area there's lots of traffic, transportation, lots of folks coming in naturally, normally to that area, they would utilize that aspect of the trail and would, and that local community would benefit from that. Would you agree with that?
That's exactly right.
And I'm a co-sponsor of that, and I'm appreciative of you allowing me to co-sponsor it. I would just say on the funding mechanism, I understand what you're trying to do, and I support that 100%. I would just say if it's $1.74 return of investment per year, I'm not sure there's enough money that's been put into that program.
I agree.
And I would suggest that we consider that going forward on the Trails program. Because of the economic benefit that you've let us know that the Trails program is going to benefit to all of the state, not just, it's in 67 counties. So, it's specifically in those counties, those municipalities, but throughout the state. So I'm appreciative of that. Again, I continue to go back to our support and that we have of our military and how important that is on the local level, be it Montgomery, other areas of the state as well. And I think we need to remember that whenever we start talking about concerns or projects that are being funded or are not being funded in the local market, what they do to the economy and what the impact that it has on our military and the quality of life of those individuals, family members, for those airmen, sailors, soldiers, Marines, civil servants. And so I just wanted to give this body a heads up that this bill is important. And it's an opportunity for us to fund, to establish a program that we can all benefit from. And I would urge this body to consider rethinking the amount of money that we've potentially put in here, knowing the economic benefits and impacts it has.
That's very kind of you. Let me mention another issue that I know is going to be important to you. You're a property rights kind of guy. All right. You know what? I'll talk with you about that offline, Senator, if that's all right.
Yeah.
If there are no other questions at this point, I'm going to move for. I'm going to move for final passage using the previous roll without objection.
Any objection? You want the long roll or you want to talk?
I want to talk for a second.
All right, you're recognized.
I'm not against that. I think when you did your changes of your maize to the shells and all of that good stuff, I think that there's some people who didn't know that that was happening are trying to see what the effect study is in the bill. Can you just give us a minute, let us look, and then we move on?
Okay. What we'll do, let's just carry it over to the call of the chair. I think you're going to be fine, but we're going to.
They just want to make it clear. Okay, we'll be good.
All right, so got a motion to carry over, call the chair. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, all right.
I'm good with it.
Hearing none, so ordered. Senate Bill 290A is carried over, call the chair. Now, Senator Figures, you want to be recognized for appointed personal privilege?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to say, it just seems that we're just breaking records here with substitutes. It used to be a time when substitutes were sort of like far and in between. And now it seems like every other bill is a substitute. And I just think that the members should have time, at least 24 hours before this new bill is put on the calendar, on the special order calendar, so that we would know. And then you wouldn't run into what we're running into now, with time being spent on asking the questions of what's in there, and then give us some time and then having to carry it over. And I just think it would be in the best interest of this entire body that if we all had time to read those substitutes. We know what happened with the bill earlier this session as to how some language got into a bill and seemingly nobody knew how it got in there. But if we had the time to read these substitutes before they came before us for a vote, I think that would make the process a lot better, Mr. President and members of the Senate. So please, Mr. Pro Tem, if you could take that into consideration. If someone has a substitute, please let the members know that it's a substitute that's coming, and it will be on the SOC at least 24 hours before it's put on that special order calendar. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thanks, Senator Figures. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 68 by Representative Shedd relating to the Department of Economic and Community Affairs. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you for recognition. I'd like to move the BR using previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Mr. President.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 68 by Representative Shedd relating to the Department of Economic and Community Affairs. Committee substitute pending.
All right, Senator Chastain.
This time I'd like to adopt the committee substitute.
All right.
Previous roll.
Let's use previous roll. All right. Any objection? All right. Are y'all objecting to using previous roll? Okay. All right. Hearing none, so ordered.
I'll explain it.
All right. Go ahead.
Send me the short roll. Send me the vote. Send me the vote. Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitutes adopted. All right, Senator Chastain.
I move for final passage using previous roll without objections.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes.
33 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 68 passes. Thank you, Senator Chastain.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 24 of the calendar, House Bill number 48 by Representative Hill relating to municipalities.
Mr. President.
BR pending.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the BR without objection. Use the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 24 of the calendar, House Bill number 48 by Representative Hill relating to municipalities.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move passage of House Bill 48. What? It ratifies all annexations of municipalities. Yeah, that's it. Move passage of House Bill 48 using the previous roll.
Any objection? Use the previous roll. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
On roll.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
18.
18 ayes, 11 nays, 2 abstentions. House Bill 48 passes.
Mr. President,
Senator Jones.
we have it worked out, SB 298. Move to call that back up. Is at the call of the chair.
All right, Secretary, call up Senate Bill 298, please.
There are no further questions at this time.
Hold on a minute. Let him call up the bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, Senate Bill 298 by Senator Jones relating to outdoor recreation.
Mr. President, if there are no other questions this time, I'd move third reading be dispensed with using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton,
Thanks, Matt.
Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 298 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Jones. Secretary, call the next bill.
Good job.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 299 by Senator Orr relating to economic tax incentives. BR pending.
All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the BR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Sunset on.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 299 by Senator Orr relating to economic incentives. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Orr.
Mr. President, I'd like to table the committee amendment.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any amendments tabled?
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. President, I have a substitute.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute, please.
Substitute to Senate Bill 299 by Senator Orr.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. The substitute comes at a request of a whole lot of interested commercial enterprises. The bill as filed was to bring sunsets to tax credits and things that didn't have a sunset on their tax credits. So I wanted to bring them all in conformity with our usual standard procedure. In doing so, we had some interest from the business community, agreed to some amendments. There were several, and in doing so, that created a substitute. But we still have maintained the efficacy of the bill to bring the sunsets into play for those tax credit statutes that don't have sunsets built into them. So I'd yield to any questions.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Senator Orr, because they'll already have their tax incentive, does this retroactive start? When does the 5-year start?
We go till 2028. So it starts 23, but the sunset will not kick in until 28.
Doesn't kick in until 28.
28.
Then they have 5 years from that point.
No, it would be 5 years from now.
Oh, so it ends in 28.
28.
Sunsets in 28.
Exactly.
Even
So
though they've had the tax credits 2 years ago.
Perpetuity.
Right.
It's
even those that had them in perpetuity, now they're going to come and get sunset by 28.
28. Yep.
Okay.
So trust me, this bill has had a lot of eyes on it, and so I see a lot of got a lot of emails from downtown legal firms elsewhere. So anyway, pleased in working with the business community about this, and again, we've preserved the integrity of the original scope of the bill. So seeing no other questions, I'd move adoption of the substitute, Mr. President, using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Thirty-one ayes, 0 nays. Senator Orr substitutes adopted. Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading using the previous rule.
All right, any objection?
One question.
All right.
So once it's sunset, then everybody got to come back to seek it again.
Yes, just like the Jobs Act,
Right.
all these others that we've been passing. 2 of these are mine.
I passed them,
Well, we're sure you're going to get yours
several
back.
years ago before, but there needs to be that accountability and review.
I understand.
So that's the purpose. And again, I appreciate the business community working with me to kind of bring everybody in conformity and get them on the same page. And that's a great policy for this legislature to have long after all of us are gone, that you continue reviewing them, seeing if they're doing what we want them to do, that we're not just giving money away because we made a decision decades prior on some tax credit.
So what is going to be the criteria that we set up as to whether or not, based on accountability?
That will be up to that legislature. Is it paying for itself? Is it bringing in business? Is it helping, hire more people, keep businesses in Alabama? All those things we look at today.
So this is just based on businesses. This is based on business.
Well, there's,
like I said, like we got churches, we got parks, we got the zoo, we got all of these folks.
Yeah, this doesn't have any of them. It's just a, for example,
this is an incentive instead of the.
This is tax credits
Credits,
that are
right.
given out that have no sunset, and they just come off the top.
I'm with you on
We
that.
never see them in the budget.
You're right. You're absolutely
never
right.
see those revenue dollars that are just going out every year, and we don't know what we got to show for them. Is it really working or not? Now, I guarantee you, there's some people that do know, and they're enjoying the lack of accountability.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd renew my motion, Mr. President, using the previous.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 299 passes as amended. Secretary, call next bill. Thank you, Senator Orr.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 41 by Representative Reynolds relating to the teachers' retirement and employees' retirement system. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of pre roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 41 relating to the retirement system by Representative Reynolds. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President, at this time I'd move adoption of the committee substitute. Using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitutes adopted. Senator Gavan.
I sure don't want to rankle our general fund chair in the House, so at this time I'd move, all right, I see Senator Smitherman's got it.
Mr. President.
Senator Smitherman.
What did it do?
This started out as a very broad bill. I had a Senate companion that allowed, increased the level up to $52,000 for a retired state employee or a teacher. And that was, ran into a little resistance from our budget chairs. And so we limited that to, for our SROs and for our corrections officers. We have a huge need of individuals to serve in those roles, and we feel like we need to bring our retired state employees back into the game, and well, municipal employees for that, for the APO certified to fill those roles. So it's allowing them to make a higher salary than we allow other retirees to make.
This is what the security people?
Security people, and for schools, for school security, and for corrections officer, and we've got a sunset on there. I don't remember exactly what it is right now.
Don't worry about that. I just want to tell you, that's what I was talking about earlier, about the teachers, if you remember that. We was talking. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't hate to say it, but I'm going to have to say it. We talking about job shortage, can't find folks and all that. We got to start paying people. If you want to increase these numbers, I ain't talking to just you know about it, but I'm making a statement. We got to pay people. You know, yeah, I'm sorry, this is an employees market right now. It may end up back to pendulum swip to be employers. But see, the problem is employers that get used to winning with their market, and they resisting the realities that it's an employee market. Not all of them, but some of them. So I think this is a good step in the right direction. That's what I'm trying to tell you. to do what we're doing. So I'm yielding back to you.
Thank you. At this time, I move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 41 passes amended. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
on page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 290 by Senator Gavan relating to public works contracts, BR pending.
Senator Gavan.
President, I move BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
on page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 290 by Senator Gavan relating to public works contracts, committee substitute pending.
So we had a number of issues that needed to be worked out with different groups. This was part of the compromise that was worked out with the Press Association on how we were going to run notices for these bids. I am going to have another amendment coming up, but at this point in time, I'd like to move to adopt the committee substitute using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Gavan, here, hop.
So at this time, I'd like to offer an amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment.
amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 290 by Senator Gavan.
So what we had some complaints about were from some of the smaller contractors that are out there that were very concerned that we had an automatic increase in the CPI index to deal with it on inflation. And so they asked us to take that automatic increase out, and that's what the amendment's about. So if there's no objection, I'd move for adoption of the amendment using previous rule.
Any objections? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. The amendment is adopted.
Oh, I forgot we got this. But you know, can I give you a nickname?
Yes, sir.
You know how them guys, when they be smooth, they call them the Kodak Kid? That's the Kodak Bethesda.
I like it. I like it. Senator Gavan, you've got the mic right now.
Mr. President, can you tell me what
Senator,
we're doing?
Senator Smitherman, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Can you tell us what we're doing, Senator?
Yes. So one of the things we're doing is because of all the inflation we've been dealing with, we're adjusting. There have been a number of bills where we've been adjusting the caps for things to be bid. And so we're increasing it from $50,000 to, or more than $50,000 to $100,000.
For what? To bid on what?
Bids, just particularly focusing on county work, county municipal work, and people that have to bid projects out. This is raising that threshold from $50,000 to $100,000.
Let me ask the question. What impact that this gonna have on people to having an equitable opportunity to get the business? And if you gotta bid it, bidding don't take any, hey, bidding is like what they told us in law school, is that it said that, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We had a better phrase than that, but that's what it said. Don't love it, hate it, it is what it is. That's what bidding opportunities is blind. I don't have to show no airplane. I'm gonna put the blinders on. Bidding is like this. It doesn't see anybody. So when they open their eyes, they look at what the bid. This right here leans that you can give it to your buddy and not give it to somebody over there. So now we're raising the threshold even higher That's what's equitable about that for people to have a fair chance to get something.
I think what's equitable about it is just the reality of where prices are today and where things are, and also getting people to bid on jobs, Senator, is kind of tough because there's a lot of people, they got so much work, you know, they don't know what to do. And I remember I ran into a contractor on it was a pretty big plumbing contractor. He made the statement about he figured out how to save $375 on every bid prospect at the Arsenal by just not turning in a package, and just wasn't worth his time, wasn't worth him putting in a proposal on that. So I think that it's going to give everybody's still got a fair shake at it. I mean, because then they can go in and make their proposal. They still got to notify stuff that they got to work out there on these bigger jobs. So I don't know. I know what your concern is about the brother-in-law deal, or your best friend, but I don't know what to say about that. It is what it is.
Well, but not only that, I'm going to share with you in addition, I'm concerned about anybody in general, like you said, but I'm concerned also in particular, it's some nice little small companies that can do something with $50,000 with a little work, and I don't think they're gonna get picked. I think that they're gonna get left out the deal. So I don't want them to be left out the deal. That's my concern. I don't want them to not have a chance to make a living. You're very optimistic that you think everybody's going to be fair. I appreciate your optimism. But in the reality, like you just told me, well, in the world of reality, I'm going to use your same phrase, in the world of reality, that ain't finna happen. That is not finna happen. So we take an opportunity away from people. So how can we do that and do what you want done at the same time? I don't
know how to reconcile, between the amount of what we're going to, this bill does do some other things on how things are announced, how things are dealt with in newspapers, and that is a sort of a reality of what's happened now in the world in terms of how people get their information about what to bid on. Is that they're not following newspapers anymore. There's a website that the counties host, and that's one of the major places that people look for their information.
Minority contractor. I've been Purple. I've used him many times.
I ain't talking about you. You use the name I call. If it requires him, y'all have serious discussion over there.
No,
you may not want to tell me, you ain't got to, but there was a serious discussion. I looked at his face.
You learned it now?
It's serious. It's some serious. I feel a whip or something behind me. Whip. I'm feeling it. You know I'm concerned, don't you? I
understand.
I'm concerned that folk gonna get left out the kitty. You know what I mean? I'm finding it hard to say some of my big cities, when the discretion, who has this discretion? The mayor?
Would it depend on the authority? I mean, the county would be the commissioner and and the mayor office in the municipalities.
Okay, now I'm gonna tell you something. The job of the whip is to try to work out differences, coordinate things, and the whip sitting back there has assured the whip that he thinks that I may not necessarily have to be as concerned about my issue, that I am, and for people who don't know, I'm talking for everybody to get a fair chance, get some work, and remember, y'all hear me say this, and I'm gonna say this again, in my world, discretion don't come fast. The benefit of the doubt, It don't lean this way. The pendulum don't swing as easy and as far this way, given the benefit of the doubt, as it would my counterpart's way. That's like you said, the realities. That's the realities of life, and that's what concerns me. That folks won't get a chance to have a chance to get some work. You know, they just get left out the kitty, and so that's a big concern of mine, especially where the discretion can go either way. I just don't, I'm real concerned about that. But he has assured me in his own way that he thinks that it might work. It might work. Let me ask you this. And then you just tell me, you know, what you think about what I'm saying. If it's shown quantitatively, you know, percentage, numbers, and of course that's not hard to get, you know, because if it's a governmental entity, I can just ask Ms. Riddle, run a little audit, you know, we can see how many or what is done. You can do the same thing. You got the same authority as I do. And then if it's not shown, can I get your commitment that we gonna find a way to correct it?
We can work on those issues.
I want your commitment. We lawyers now. I like to hear the word. I ask for something because I like to hear that if you're willing to do that. A commitment that we're going to straighten it out, if it needs straightening out.
We can straighten out who's if the numbers aren't right, that things aren't being done fairly, we can do that, yes.
Okay.
And I would say that also on this, Senator, there's been a lot of different groups pushing and shoving on this thing about, and this is where they came up. And because I think you would have had your email and your phone probably blown up had some of these smaller people not worked out their differences. And I say smaller people, I'm about smaller contractors.
Well, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. I just want you to know that. And if that's shown, and what would trigger me to come to you is that if I had people who came to me and said, look, on this situation I worked, I ain't talking about no one. People be talking about somebody came to them and it's one person. I ain't talking about it like that, but I'm talking about
a trend.
Yeah, a trend, then I would come to you. And then at that time, but other than that, I wouldn't have any reason to do that. You know, because I'm not going to sit and bird dog everybody every month and all that. But if you understand what I'm saying. So with that, I yield back to you for you to finish your movement.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
At this point in time, I would move for final passage as amended using previous rule without objection.
Is there any objections? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. SB 290 is passed. Secretary, please call the next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 26 by Representative Standridge relating to Blount County Board of Registrars, BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator.
How are you doing, sir?
You are recognized, sir.
Thank you. Move for passage of the BR using previous rule with no objection.
Is there any objections? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted.
All right, this is
Secretary,
just
call the
Blount
bill.
County. It increases the number of days.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh.
Please call the bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 26 by Representative Standridge relating to Blount County.
Senator Shelnut, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this does is increases the number of days the Board of Registrars can meet from 168 to 207. A non-controversial bill. I move for final passage using previous rule with no objection.
Is there any objections? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. HB 26 is passed. Clerk, please call the next bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 83 by Senator Weaver relating to crimes and offenses, BR pending.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask BR using previous rule, no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 83 by Senator Weaver relating to crimes and offenses.
Senator Weaver.
So this bill actually has a sub also. It's the one that was sent out to all the judiciary members on April the 26th that they should have gotten in their email. So
Before we do that, we're on the amendment. You need to move to table that if you'd like.
yes, I need to table that amendment.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The committee amendment's tabled.
Okay, and then I would like to ask that we adopt the sub, and again, it's the one that was distributed.
All right. Secretary Reed received the substitute.
And so the sub came about as discussion between
Hold on one second, Senator Weaver. I got to get the substitute introduced.
Substitute for Senate Bill number 83 by Senator Weaver.
Mr. President, whenever she do what she's going to do, I'd like to get it read. So, can I be recognized? I'll give it back to her.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Senator, this is what we talked about. That's when we had our conversation.
Yes, and you got that in your email on April the 26th from the Judiciary Clerk, Holly. So you should have a copy there, but it's exactly that same sub that
I didn't look at it.
Okay.
I mean, what I'm saying, I didn't say I looked at it and didn't look. I ain't gonna look at it. I don't remember. I ain't saying I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I just don't remember it. So when you get to your point, what you gonna do? I'm gonna ask them what they read it.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Sure, so
it's back to you. It's your
so
mind.
it does two things. So this is the discussion that came out of DHR and the DA's discussion, and the substitute does two things. It alleviates the concerns regarding the unintended consequences in dependency court that were in that original bill, and then it also simplifies the bill by adding the term willfully mistreat to the current child abuse statute. So I don't know if it's appropriate for me to adopt the sub before he asks to read it, or vice versa.
All right. So, Senator, do you want the substitute read? Senator Smither, you want the substitute read right now? Or? All right. Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Weaver, is this something, I'm familiar with the bill that came through committee. So your sub, is it different from what came in committee?
It is. So this is, and you're going to remember this situation. It's the situation that specifically came out of that daycare in Prattville where they had the security cams and the nanny cams that were in this daycare. And the intern there had seen these children being shoved against the cribs, and she went to the office, and when they pulled the cameras, they saw that over the months that these children had been being abused. They were slammed into the cribs, but they were all less than 2, and they were not able to verbalize that they had been being mistreated. So by a doctor looking at them, there was no physical abuse, but they had the camera footage showing that the children had been abused. So this is where we worked with DHR and the DAs to add that term of willfully mistreat as a definition so that they're able to use this footage of these cameras in their child abuse cases when the children are not able to verbalize.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree.
All right. So we got a motion to adopt the substitute using previous rule. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams. 31 ayes, no.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Weaver substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Weaver.
I'd like to ask for final passage using previous rule with no objections.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 83 passes. Thanks, Senator Weaver.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I've got 2 House messages that I'd like to take at this time. One of those is going to be, needs to a little bit be explained by Senator Coleman Madison and also Senator Barfoot.
All right, Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 120, relating to crimes. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. We concur with this. This was a bill that went, a DYS bill. They handle their own in-house hearings for the children, and the primary reason for the bill was to ensure persons bringing contraband from the outside, that they have a way of punishing them, and so that's what this bill is about. So we do concur with the House.
All right, would you like to use previous role?
Like use previous role without objections.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 120.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Senator Coleman Madison. All right, I think there's another House message. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown and is amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 154, relating to driver's license suspensions. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the body to concur with those changes. They were minimum changes. This is the bill you remember, I believe we voted out of here almost unanimously, if not unanimously, that gives a little grace to folks if they miss a payment, post-adjudication payments, or fail to attend one post-adjudication review. Some of that language is actually tightened up, I think, from 4 payments to 3 payments. So just ask the body to concur with what the House has done.
Senator Barfoot.
And I move for a concurrence.
Using previous role?
Previous role, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. All right, just want to make sure I did what you wanted. All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 154. Thank you, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was a little befuddled, just late in the day, and I apologize for that. So thank you for keeping me on my toes.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 184 by Representative Keel, relating to state government. BIR pending.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the Philanthropy Roundtable and Charity Protection Act. My colleague, Representative Keel, has. Basically what it does is it prevents the state from putting any more burdensome regulations on charities than what is required by the federal government. And I would move for the BIR using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 184 by Representative Keel, relating to state government.
Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, unless there are questions, any questions? Nope. I would move for third reading and final passage of House Bill 184, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 184 passes. Thanks, Senator Elliott. Secretary, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill 260 by Representative Sells, relating to the Alabama Electronic Security Board of Licensure. BR pending.
Senator Wagner.
President, move adoption of the BIR without objection. Use the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 260 by Representative Sells, relating to the Electronic Security Board of Licensure.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
This bill makes sure that the alarm companies of Alabama are licensed and following the law. It was written at the recommendation of the Attorney General's office, and the language in the bill was approved by the Attorney General's office. So if there's no questions, I move passage of House Bill 260 and without objection use the previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 260 passes. Thanks, Senator Wagner. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 296 by Representative Moore relating to the armed forces. BR pending.
Senator Butler.
Mr. President, I move adoption of BR. Previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill 296 by Representative Moore relating to the military.
Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. This House Bill 296 is the House companion of Senate Bill 17 that we passed earlier that just adds Space Command to our list of military branches. Move third reading, the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 296 passes. Thanks, Senator Butler.
Do it if you want to.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 112 by Representative Crawford relating to Limestone County. BR pending.
Senator Melson.
Mr. President, I'd like to pass the BR using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 112 by Representative Crawford relating to Limestone County.
Senator Melson.
Mr. President, this is just simply because of Limestone County growing like it is, adjust the days for the registrars. I'd like to move a final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 112 passes. Thanks, Senator Melson. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill number 34 by Representative Estes relating to crimes and offenses. BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for adoption of the BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill 34 by Representative Estes relating to crimes and offenses.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that passed out of judiciary. I don't want to irritate or rankle anybody, but I do want to point out what it does. This is something that we've seen, I think, in school buildings or classrooms across the state, and this addresses a real problem. And the meat of the bill basically says that no person shall shoot or discharge a firearm on school property. And it prescribes that if that is done, discharge a firearm on school property during school activity or school hours, there's a Class B felony involved. Same circumstances, but without individuals there on that property, it would be a Class C felony, and it does not apply to any individual under 19 years of age. I see my colleague across the way, and I'd be glad to take any comments or questions from him.
All right, Senator Smithman.
Even though I remember somewhat of this bill in the committee, just tell me in, your, quick thing, okay? We're saying that if who brings a gun on the property, I should ask you like that.
Well, it only applies to an individual who is 19 years of age or older, so age of majority. It is not bringing a firearm, because I think there's already a prohibition in the law on that. Not in this bill, but I think there's already a prohibition. Don't quote me on that. But it only affects those who discharge a firearm on school property during school hours. That would be a Class B felony. In other
Class B?
B.
Ooh.
Ooh-wee.
But given the violence that we've seen at some schools across the nation, I think that's an appropriate punishment. If that firearm is discharged on school property when there's not, and it was not during school hours, it was a Class C felony. And then let me tell you two things that it doesn't do. So this section does not apply to someone who is using physical force, justified physical force, as outlined in Section 13A323. It also would not apply to an organized competition type shooting event. And then it also would not apply, and I'm going to defer maybe to you, Senator Smitherman, on this, that school property does not include 16th section land or school lands pursuant to Code Section 1620-1 held in trust for the benefit of the school that does not have any school buildings on there. And my understanding of that is that would simply be property that the school system may own that been granted to by will or deed or otherwise to that school system.
Let me see what. Let me see. What about if? Let me just say it like this. What about if a resource officer, teacher, accidentally discharged the gun? You know, I mean, it fall out there. Whether they exposed to or not, you know what I mean? It falls out of the teacher's book bag, hit the floor and go off. What happens then in that situation? Well, best of your judgment and thoughts.
So although the bill does not specifically ascribe intent to it, it is my belief that there would have to be an intent rather than a negligent type action.
Okay. All right, good enough. Yeah, that was just my only concern.
Right.
Yeah. I'm back at you.
If any more questions, and if no more questions, I move for final passage of HB 34, use previous role.
All right, any objection?
Y'all ready?
Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Williams.
After them call it up.
All right, 31 ayes, 0 nays. HB 35, I'm sorry, HB 34 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot. Sorry, I wrangled my words. So,
thank you, sir.
Yes, Senator.
Mr. President, HB 254 was carried over the call of the chair. Me and Senator Smitherman worked out an amendment. Could you call?
HB, what'd you say?
HB 254.
All right, Secretary, call HB 254.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 254.
All right, Senator Smitherman has the amendment. If you'd like to.
Mr. President.
Let me get the bill up real quick on the.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, please, Senator. All right, now the bill's up, and you have an amendment, Senator Smitherman. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Amendment to substitute for House Bill 254 by Senator Smitherman.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
What it does is just allows some flexibility if they want to use it along with the reasons he stated, and if they also want to use it related to mass transit, they can. It's up to that local government entity as to what they would do in that regard. So with that, I would ask for unanimous consent to previous role on the adoption of the amendment.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Strawbridden.
And thank you, Senator.
Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Smitherman amendment is adopted. All right, Senator Shelnut.
Thank you, Senator Smitherman. Move for final passage 254 as amended. Use the previous role if no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
32 ayes. 32 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 254 passes amended. Thanks, Senator Shelnut. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 163 by Representative Brown relating to building codes. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
President, I move the BIR used in previous role. No objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 163 by Representative Brown relating to building codes.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
President, the National Clean Air Act of 2020 changed how the type of refrigerants being used, and this just brings in air conditioning systems and refrigerators and freezers, this just changes Alabama's building code to go along with that. So there's no question. I move final passage using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 163 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Livingston. Secretary, call the next bill.
Mr. President.
Before we do that, hold on. All right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before you call the next bill, ladies and gentlemen, let me have your attention for a moment. I just want to make a couple of comments. Fixing to make a motion. I just want to say, number one, we've had a good day today, okay? We've worked hard. We've had a long day. We've been on the floor for 6+ hours doing the work of the people of the state of Alabama. Now, anyone that still has a bill on this calendar, the fact that I'm about to make a motion just means a small delay for you. With the Rules Chairman's commitment, we're going to bring each of these bills back on Tuesday, just as you see them on this calendar. So we'll be working them again. There's been a lot of negotiation going on today. That's important. We've had confirmations, local bills, resolutions, and 23 pieces of legislation passed in this chamber. No cloture and a lot of debate and explanation. And I think that's what we're looking for, and that's what we want. But let me also say this. It's been a sad day. It's been a difficult day. We started off with remembering law enforcement folks that I got to say to them this morning, when we are at our worst, they are at their best. And we honored them this morning, those that had given their life to protect us. We also had an emotional day because we had a man of God killed today in an automobile accident, whose last mission was to be in this city, in this capital, giving instruction about the Word of God to the men and women of this body. He was a very close personal friend of one of our own colleagues, and you all know this. Also, we had another employee that works to serve us in this body that fell ill overnight. No one even knew it. And the man is still in our prayers right now, going to undergo surgery in a critical situation, fighting for his life. And so we want to remember each of these and our thoughts and prayers as we've had not only a good day and a hard-working day and a day of a lot of accomplishment for the people's business, but we've had a difficult day and an emotional day and a sad day. I want to thank the staff for hanging with us for an extended window, Mr. Secretary, and all the folks that are listening to me. And I want to thank each one of the members of the Senate body for being in your place, doing your job, doing what you were elected to do, dedicated to your districts and to the people of the state of Alabama. I hope that you have a safe and a restful weekend. And with that, Mr. President, I'm going to ask that we stand adjourned until Tuesday at 3 p.m.
All right, heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we stand adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reed.